Good morning. The court is calling the case is State of Michigan versus Irene Whitehead. And Mr. Early and Ms. Bartlett appear here on behalf of the people. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Ms. Kelly and Mr. Safety appear here on behalf of the defendant. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
The media is also here. Good morning to the media. The court is respectfully requesting and ordering that you not video or photograph the defendant in shackles from the chest up in the head, please. Thank you so much. You're welcome to everyone who's here in the courtroom. And with that, deputies, would you please bring this? Good morning. Are you Miss Irene Whitehead?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Whitehead. You are before the court here today for your preliminary examination. There are three separate files. Case number D25-03486FY, charging you, Ms. Whitehead, with homicide, felony murder, and child abuse of the first degree. Second file, D26-00140FY, charging you with homicide, felony murder, and child abuse first degree. And a third file, D26-00139FY, charging you with child abuse in the second degree. The court's prepared to begin here today, and with that, Mr. Early, anything to be brought to the court's attention before we get started?
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Your Honor. As we discussed in chambers this morning, we've met with the prosecutors on the matter. There's a bit of discovery that we're still waiting on, specifically the phone records and raw data from those phone searches. Sounds like we're going to meet after the preliminary hearing to ensure that we get those done. I did bring several hard drives to make sure that we get that discovery today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. And before this record, the court will order the prosecution to present and turn over whatever discovery it has and comply with the court's order. So thank you very much. Mr. Early, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, as we discussed in chambers, the people have made Dr. Start available, but the people we have marked and admitted two different autopsy reports, proposed exhibits 1 and 2, one related to Leonard Keith Whitehead and one related to Riley Whitehead. Your Honor, we would ask for their admissions pursuant to MCL 766.11B. We did discuss this with Ms. Kelly and Mr. Jordan. They've been provided with copies of exhibits 1 and 2. So it's the people's position here that these two should be admitted, and then Dr. Stark is available. I think we just confirmed that via Zoom for any examination by the defense.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kelly. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The court receives exhibit number 1 and 2 by stipulation. The court will bring on Mr. Dr. Stark by Zoom, which has been previously requested by both parties.
you like me to just explain to Dr. Starr what we've done here this morning? Good morning, Dr. Starr. Travis Early from the prosecutor's office. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Travis. Just fine, thank you.
Dr. Starr, I know typically you're called by the prosecution, followed by some cross-examination by the defense. In this case this morning, though, we've stipulated to the admission of your autopsies of Riley Whitehead and Leo Whitehead, and we're just going to jump right into the defense examination of you, if that's acceptable.
Yes, that'd be fine.
Okay, then is it you, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you very much.
Ms. Kelly will ask you some questions, and Dr. Stark, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Good morning, Dr. Stark.
Good morning.
And if you would please raise your right hand and take your oath. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Would you please state your first and last name for the record and spell it, please?
Yes, it's David Start, S-T-A-R-T.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kelly.
Actually, Mr. Safety, Your Honor.
Mr. Safe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Dr. Stark. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Dr. Stark, I want to talk about Riley Whitehead first. You performed the autopsy in this matter. That's accurate.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and you, what was ultimately determined to be the cause of death?
The cause of death is asphyxia by smothering.
Okay. And that was the cause of death as indicated on the amended medical or autopsy report. That's accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the, you authored an initial report on the autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. An autopsy was completed and then a report was issued, yes.
Okay. And Doctor, on that first report, I'm talking about the one that was dated 10/30/25. What was the cause of death at that time?
Indeterminate.
Indeterminate cause of death. What does that mean?
Indeterminate means that following a complete autopsy and review of investigative information, laboratory tests, that a specific cause of death could not be determined at that time.
Okay, so based on the autopsy and your observations, you were unable to determine a cause of death. Is that fair to say?
That's fair, yes.
Okay, and what were the notable findings of the autopsy?
Pulmonary edema, which is fluid in the lungs, and also mild cerebral edema, which is mild swelling of the brain.
Okay. Pulmonary edema, being fluid in the lungs. What causes pulmonary edema?
Well, there's multiple causes. It's a non-specific finding. Pulmonary edema can be caused by heart failure, for instance. Could be related to a drug overdose. Could be related to an asphyxial event. So there's multiple underlying causes for pulmonary edema.
Okay. What about infection? Would that be a cause of pulmonary edema?
An infection can cause pulmonary edema, yes.
Okay. And what's a cerebral edema?
Cerebral edema is swelling of the brain.
Okay. And what causes that?
Generally, that's caused by hypoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain.
Okay. So, based on your findings during the autopsy, if I'm understanding correctly, there's two non-specific findings which could potentially have several causes.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Did, as part of the autopsy, you also ordered a respiratory pathogen panel? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you regularly order those as part of the autopsy process?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, more often than not, if it's a baby or a young child and there's a question of a possible recent infection, then yes, I will have the viral pathogen. It's a nasopharyngeal swab done, yes.
What's a nasopharyngeal swab?
It's a swab that's placed in the nose, back into the pharynx, and then it's sent to the lab for viral pathogen study.
Okay. And you reviewed the results of that pathogen panel?
I did, yes.
Was any illnesses detected, or I guess are you testing for viruses when you perform that panel?
That's correct. So this is a panel that will detect whether a virus is present. It does not detect whether there's actual disease or illness related to that virus, only if the virus is present.
Okay. And what viruses were present on the panel performed on Irene Whitehead?
It was positive for rhinovirus, which is a respiratory virus, a common cold, and was also positive for parainfluenza type 4 virus, which is a subtype of a flu type virus.
Okay. And doctor, did those findings raise any concerns for you?
Those studies were positive for the virus being present. The most significant is looking under the microscope at the lungs and the airway to determine if there's any evidence of infection or any disease, significant disease being caused by these viruses. So when I examined the tissue under the microscope, there was no evidence of pneumonia, no evidence of significant inflammation of the airway. So even though the virus was present, it was not causing significant disease.
Okay. How would pneumonia present in an autopsy? What would you see?
Pneumonia, what you see in the lungs, and I take multiple sections of right and left lung, and what you see is inflammatory cells in the lung tissue.
And I guess, doctor, can you describe what that would look like?
I can. In a viral type pneumonia, most of the inflammatory cells are called lymphocytes. And these are small, round, blue cells, and generally with a viral type pneumonia, you'll get what's called a bronchiolitis. The bronchioles are the very ends of the airways before the lung goes into the alveoli, which are the small air sacs. So typically you'd see a bronchiolitis or inflammation where you see a lot of these lymphocytes in those bronchioles, and you would also see lymphocytes in the what's called the interstitium, which is the septae, or the portions of the lung between the air sacs where the blood vessels are present and so forth. And so those are the type of things you'd see with a viral type pneumonia. With a bacterial type pneumonia, typically you'd see a different type of cell called a neutrophil. And neutrophils will typically fill or be present within the alveoli, within the air sacs, and that would be more typical of a bacterial type pneumonia. And I did not identify either evidence of bacterial or viral pneumonia in Riley.
Okay. Would pulmonary edema potentially be, that could be something that would be caused by pneumonia?
Well, you can see pulmonary edema in conjunction with pneumonia. So when you have those inflammatory cells in there, the blood vessels get leaky, and you'll see some fluid coming into the air sacs or the alveoli, yes.
But you didn't see any evidence of that in your observations when?
Well, there's pulmonary edema present, but there's no evidence of pneumonia. And pneumonia would be identified by the presence of those inflammatory cells reacting to an organism.
Okay. Did you also order a tissue culture of the lungs as part of the autopsy?
Yes, there were bacterial cultures of the lungs that were also performed, yes.
Okay, and page 8 of 18 of your report indicates culture shows polymicrobial mixed growth of 4+ organisms in the right lung. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were multiple organisms identified in both the right lung and the left lung, yes. Bacteria, yes.
Okay. The report also states unable to determine clinical significance. Doctor, can I ask, could those be significant?
Well, I obtained the cultures during the autopsy because if I identify pneumonia, if I identify that inflammation, those inflammatory cells in the lungs, then we like to correlate that with a specific organism if possible. So very frequently, those cultures are positive for bacteria, but yet that does not indicate that there's pneumonia. The reason for that is that once our body dies, we have bacteria in our airway, in our GI tract, and other areas. And so once we die, then that bacteria can proliferate in our body. And so even though there's bacteria identified in the lungs, that would not be uncommon. In fact, that's a very frequent artifact, if you will, of a post-mortem culture, a culture that's done after death. The most significant is that there's no inflammation, no evidence of pneumonia in those lungs. So this would be contaminants, if you will, or what we refer to as post-mortem overgrowth of bacteria in the lungs.
Okay. I guess once you identify or receive this culture and analyze it, is that then sent somewhere else for testing?
It depends on the type of organism that's identified. In this case, there were a few organisms called H. flu or Haemophilus influenza organism, which can be a pathogenic. It's an organism that can cause pneumonia. Of course, in this case, there was no pneumonia, so it did not cause disease. But if that organism is identified, then that's sent to the state lab for subtyping, just in case it's a pathogenic organism, so that the state can track those findings.
Okay. And you said it was identified as Haemophilus influenza?
That's correct, yes.
Is that, I guess, would you say a significant finding?
No, I would not. It's a contaminant, a post-mortem contaminant. There's no evidence of pneumonia or significant upper airway inflammation, so it's a post-mortem contaminant, not a significant finding.
But I guess you would agree that infection of the lungs by virus or bacteria could cause a pulmonary edema?
It can, yes. Certainly pulmonary edema is one of the findings that we see in association with pneumonia. However, in this case, there was no evidence of pneumonia.
Okay. Doctor, the initial report authored, as you stated, has the cause of death is indeterminate. And then on, I believe it's page 2 of 17, indicates that asphyxia cause of death cannot be excluded.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Did, I guess, prior to identifying asphyxia on the final report, what other things were not excluded at that point?
Well, I mean, there's the autopsy was quite thorough, so we looked at toxicology, very extensive toxicology testing, no evidence of an overdose. Heavy metal screening was done. There was no evidence of any sort of heavy metal toxicity. There was no evidence of a congenital heart defect, no evidence of significant infection anywhere in the body. So several things had been excluded by that autopsy.
Okay. What, I guess, you note specifically that asphyxia was not excluded, and then the cause of death is indeterminate. So I'm asking, what else was not excluded?
Well, there are certain cases, there are limits to what we can determine with autopsy and with investigation, scene investigation. There are certain cases we have that are just left as indeterminate. In other words, we can't determine a specific cause of death. Those are generally fairly rare cases, 1% or less, but they do occur. In those cases that are indeterminate, there's could potentially be some sort of cardiac arrhythmia that we're just not able to detect at autopsy because, again, we can't perform an electrocardiogram post-mortem. We can't look at the rhythm of the heart post-mortem. That's always a potential that there's some sort of rhythm disorder. Now, in Riley, we did do an evaluation for cardiac arrhythmias, and that did not show any genetic abnormality that is known to cause an arrhythmia. However, that's still a potential cause of death.
Okay. Doctor, so the genetic testing you referenced, you test for some sort of heart condition?
Well, it's a test that we can do on the blood that looks at genes and looks at any abnormal genes that can be associated with underlying heart conditions that can cause arrhythmia. So that test was done, and again, there were no specific findings in that test.
But that, if I understand your testimony correctly, doesn't necessarily rule out a cardiac event.
It can't totally exclude a cardiac event. An arrhythmia with an indeterminate cause of death, and where a cause of death cannot be determined, then an arrhythmia is always in the realm of possibility. That's correct.
Doctor, when you are performing autopsies, I'm curious, how much information do you have at your disposal regarding the deceased medical history?
The history is obtained. Certainly, I have the history of the circumstances of how the individual was found deceased, general findings related to the scene. I also usually have some initial investigative information from law enforcement or from a medical examiner investigator. And then information typically comes in subsequent to the autopsy as well, because some information is just not readily available immediately at the time of autopsy, and we don't want to delay the autopsy for that information. So as information is received, then I'll review that information as well.
Okay. The information that you have initially with respect to how the individual is found and the scene itself, who provides that information?
That's from our medical examiner investigator and also from law enforcement.
Okay. Doctor, so what information in this case did you receive from law enforcement prior to conducting the autopsy?
Well, information I had either from law enforcement or from the medical examiner investigator, or a combination, indicated that is under my autopsy history information on page 2, that she had had some sort of breathing episode that became unresponsive, and EMS units arrived on the scene, and even though they attempted resuscitation, she was pronounced dead at 10:48 a.m. And that earlier she had taken a bath, and that she also had medical history of breathing episodes that had been evaluated in the past at the hospital. She had also had a previous MRI scan of the brain, which was negative. She had had a previous study for seizure disorder, called an EEG, where they look at the brain waves, the electrical impulses in the brain. That was also negative. And I had previous EKGs or electrocardiograms, which are also negative for any significance. And then by scene investigation, the body at the scene did not show any significant trauma, just some scattered contusions, not unusual for a 2-year-old.
And doctor, did law enforcement at some point, did they share their theory of what happened here with you?
Well, certainly there was concern that this could be a smothering by the adult caregiver, given the history of previous episodes, medical evaluation being negative. There was certainly an area that needed to be addressed from either both my standpoint and the law enforcement standpoint as far as the investigation.
Did law enforcement ask you to include the section that says an asphyxia cause of death cannot be excluded?
No, that is a comment that I included in my report, not at the request of law enforcement. This is something that I, given the circumstances, was certainly, even though at that point in the investigation and in signing out the autopsy report, the cause of death was indeterminate, I was concerned that there could be an asphyxial mechanism, and certainly wanted to place that comment in as an alert to anyone who's involved in this case, that I can't exclude an asphyxial mechanism.
But I guess, doctor, so you were also unable to exclude a cardiac event, correct? But you didn't mention that. Is there any reason for that?
Well, I think, that's true. I'm not going to list every possibility I can't exclude. Obviously, with that comment, my concern was that there could be an asphyxial event, such as a smothering, that would need to be further investigated to determine if that was the case.
Okay. Well, and doctor, with an asphyxial event, what sort of things would you typically see in an autopsy?
Very nonspecific, especially in an infant or a child, a young child. Typically, you'd see pulmonary edema and cerebral edema, and not a whole lot else as far as injuries are concerned. Now, in an adult, if there's a smothering or asphyxia in an adult, smothering being occluding the nose and airway, the mouth and the nose by either hand or some other substance, then typically in an adult, if the person's not unconscious, there's going to be some degree of resistance or fighting back, and so I've seen smothering cases in adults where you do see injury, either an abrasion on the nose or the cheek or something of that nature, indicating that. But in an infant and a toddler, they don't have the sufficient strength to cause those injuries.
The sufficient strength to fight back to cause those injuries. So those are more like physical.
That's a fair statement. Yes.
Doctor, what's a petechial hemorrhage?
Petechial hemorrhage is the small. Sometimes we see those in the eyes. You can see them anywhere. It can be on the face, on the skin. It can be in the whites of the eyes. It can be internally on the mucosa. Petechial hemorrhage is where a small capillary ruptures, and then there's generally a small or a pinpoint hemorrhage related to that capillary rupture.
And is that caused by loss of pressure in the bloodstream?
Generally, petechiae, they're not specific. They can be caused by compression of neck vessels, in particular the venous, the veins that return the blood from if you're talking about petechiae in the eyes or the face, that if the neck veins are occluded or constricted, that blood can't return from the head back down to the heart, and so the blood will back up, if you will, or into the small capillaries. The pressure rises and those small capillaries will burst. You can also see petechial hemorrhages when associated with a cardiac event where there's like a Valsalva type maneuver, kind of where the face gets very congested and the heart is not functioning correctly. You can also get petechial hemorrhages from vomiting, retching, where you get the small hemorrhages in the eyes and the face. So there's multiple reasons for petechial hemorrhages.
Would that be something that's typically associated with asphyxia?
Only with generally with neck compression, compression of those vessels. If the asphyxial mechanism is, say, strangulation, then yes, you would typically see petechiae and strangulations, but not necessarily other types of asphyxia, including smothering.
Okay. So I guess generally, would asphyxia, you wouldn't be able to detect anything other than cerebral and pulmonary edema? Is that
those are generally what is detected is the fluid in the lungs, the pulmonary edema, and some degree of cerebral edema or swelling of the brain. That's correct.
So then, I guess, doctor, every asphyxiation that does not involve compression of the neck, is that a difficult cause of death to determine?
Very frequently, asphyxial causes of death, such as a smothering or a positional asphyxia, where the position of the face is located in an area where there's compression of the face and the airway, causing a lack of ability to breathe, plastic bag placed over the head. These type of asphyxial events, smothering or suffocations, generally leave very non-specific findings at autopsy, and those cases are determined by investigation, scene investigation, law enforcement investigation. For instance, the plastic bag over the head. We see these type of cases, unfortunately, in some individuals that may commit suicide by putting the plastic bag over their head and then having lack of oxygen. And there's nothing specific other than the investigation showing the plastic bag. Once that bag's removed, you may not see anything specific at all, other than, again, the pulmonary edema and cerebral edema.
And doctors, you published or signed the initial report October 30th of last year, and then amended that report on November 26th of last year.
That's correct, yes.
And what was the finding that caused you to amend that report?
I amended that report after receiving information from the Kent County Sheriff's Office, Detective Anna Birkland, giving me information that the mother had confessed to smothering Riley, and that this was a videotaped confession and also a signed confession that law enforcement was able to obtain. And so at that point, I amended the autopsy report.
Okay, and that, I guess, based on what you said, the specific final cause of death of asphyxia by smothering is based entirely off of that information that you received from law enforcement, no medical findings.
Well, it's based on that information in conjunction with no other findings that would refute that confession, no other inconsistent findings at autopsy. So you have to take the whole case together. But yes, that investigative information was certainly critically important to determining an accurate cause and manner of death, yes.
Can parainfluenza 4 and Haemophilus influenza, can those be potentially fatal in a vulnerable population?
They can, yes, generally by way of pneumonia. That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I guess at this time I would move to admit the original medical examiner's report dated October 30th, 2025 for Riley Whitehead as Defendant's Exhibit A.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court will receive Defendant's Exhibit A.
Thank you.
As referenced by Mr. Safety.
Doctor, and then you had also performed the original autopsy for Leo Whitehead, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And can you describe what your findings were?
Yes. So at autopsy, the initial autopsy was, again, Leonard Whitehead died on September 25th of 2021. I performed the autopsy on September 27th, 2021, with the findings of parainfluenza viral type pneumonia. Again, that's pneumonia that's a viral type, so it had the lymphocytes in the bronchioles, in the lungs, consistent with the viral type pneumonia. And I did identify that parainfluenza 3 on the nasopharyngeal swab. And so that was initially the cause of death, was the viral type pneumonia. It was certified as a natural death. And then subsequent information was obtained from law enforcement investigation related to Riley's death, where again a confession was obtained by the Kent County Sheriff's Office indicating that the mother had also smothered Leonard Whitehead, and so I amended that report to indicate that the cause of death is asphyxia by smothering and the manner is homicide.
Doctor, as you stated, the initial cause of death that was determined back in 2021 was parainfluenza viral type pneumonia.
That's correct, yes.
And that you specifically note there that there was a post-mortem nasopharyngeal tracheal swab positive for parainfluenza 3.
That's correct, yes.
Did you, during that autopsy, note signs of cerebral and pulmonary edema?
There was, let's see, referring to the autopsy report, the brain, I did not notice significant cerebral edema, and the lungs, again, did have the evidence of pneumonia, and there was also edema present in the lungs as well, yes.
And that would be consistent, the edema in the lungs, that would be consistent with a viral infection, pneumonia?
Again, the edema itself is going to be nonspecific. Certainly could be associated with the pneumonia, or could also be the result of asphyxial mechanism or some other process, yes.
And Doctor, can you help me understand how a cause of death is determined? And Leo's cause of death, you would agree, is not indeterminate. You have identified what killed Leo, and then later, 4 years later, you changed that. Can you help me understand that?
Yes, absolutely. So anytime an opinion is rendered as to a cause and manner of death, that has to be placed on a death certificate, reports are filed. And that's never anything that's written in stone. And we've all of us as forensic pathologists, myself included, have had cases where additional information is obtained later that would significantly alter the opinion as to the cause and manner of death. And that's what happened here. So even though Leonard had a diagnosis of pneumonia, and that pneumonia certainly is sufficient to have caused the death, if other information is obtained, such as in this case a confession that in fact he was smothered, then there's no inconsistencies in my autopsy to exclude that smothering as well. In other words, a person can have a pneumonia, even an infant, and viral type pneumonia, and often they can recover on their own. It's a virus. Our body fights off the virus. People can recover from a bronchiolitis and a pneumonia, and some people can die of that as well or become very ill. And so in this case, even though there was an apparent cause of death initially, with the additional information of a confession of smothering by the mother, that then I amended the cause of death at that time, taking into account that information obtained by law enforcement.
And the, I guess, findings as far as parainfluenza viral type pneumonia, you don't dispute that you made a mistake on, or you don't think you made a mistake there. Those exist, correct?
That does exist. I mean, there is pneumonia present in Leonard, and it's of a significant nature that it certainly could be a cause of death when there's no other information, either from an investigative standpoint or toxicology or anything else that would indicate an alternative cause of death. Then yes, that is certainly a reasonable cause of death, and that's what was listed as a cause of death at that time for Leonard.
Would pneumonia be especially dangerous for a 2-month-old?
It can be, yeah, certainly. And again, viral type pneumonias, bronchiolitis, some infants, children recover, some don't, and so. But he does have that, and he still has that, and that's a diagnosis that is based on the inflammation pattern in the lungs, and then with the positive culture indicating the type of virus.
So with Leo or Leonard Whitehead, again, the ultimate cause of death that was determined later on the amended report is based entirely off of information from law enforcement.
Well, again, I wouldn't say it's entirely based on that. It's certainly a very significant finding, the confession and the investigation by law enforcement. But I need to see that that's also would be consistent with the autopsy. In other words, there's no inconsistencies with the confession, with a mechanism of a smothering in a 2-month-old that I found at autopsy.
Okay, so without that additional information from law enforcement, would you have amended the report?
I would not, no. That information was obviously critically important and was sufficient for me to amend the report, yes.
And same question for Riley Whitehead. Without that additional information from law enforcement, the cause of death would be indeterminate.
That is correct, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would just move for the admission of Defense Exhibit B. That's the original autopsy report for Leonard Whitehead.
No objection. No objection by the people. Exhibit B is received.
Thank you. Doctor, the summary of the information you received from law enforcement prior to conducting the autopsy of Riley Whitehead, did that include any review by you of her past medical records, or were you able to view any of the videos of the breathing episodes that you mentioned?
I did review her medical records, and also I did view one of the breathing episodes that had been videotaped, yes.
Would those breathing episodes be consistent with your final cause of death?
They certainly could have been caused by a smothering episode, yes, where she survived, yes.
Could they have been caused by anything else?
They could, yes. It's not specific.
What other things could have caused those episodes that you viewed in the videos?
Well, there's a multitude of reasons that a person can have an apnea episode. Some of these remain undetermined after medical evaluation. Again, they did do quite thorough medical evaluation, including an MRI of the brain, the EEG, or the electrical study of the brain, looking for a seizure, for instance. They checked her heart for an electrocardiogram, did not identify any rhythm abnormalities. So they have looked at areas that potentially could cause apnea. It did not identify any specific abnormalities in those studies to indicate the apnea. However, having said that, and with medicine, all of their, even with quite sophisticated studies, nothing is 100% sensitive, and so you still may potentially have other causes for the apnea.
Doctor, the infections, viral and bacterial infections found in the lungs of Riley Whitehead, or I guess the presence of those viruses and bacteria, is there any possibility that those could have spread to other organs or tissues in the body?
No, I did not identify any evidence of infection, active infection, either caused by bacteria or virus in Riley.
Did you have any of the other organs tested for infection?
Yes, I did a thorough microscopic examination looking at the organs and tissues under the microscope to identify any abnormality in that tissue, including infection, and I did not identify any evidence of infection in my microscopic examination.
All right, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Safey. Based on the examination by Mr. Safey, Mr. Early, do you wish to examine?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I'd like to clarify just a few points. Maybe a matter of housekeeping, Your Honor. I'd assume that based on the testimony, and we didn't cover this at the beginning, but that Dr. Start is obviously testifying as an expert witness pursuant to MRE 702. I just thought maybe we should make that record.
Your Honor, yeah, we would stipulate the qualifications.
Thank you very much. So stipulated.
Thank you. And Dr. Start, again, I just want to clarify a few questions related to Mr. Safey's questions, because I think given the two different reports, sometimes I was a little confused between the two children that we were talking about. So I'm just going to ask you first about Riley, as Mr. Safey did. You indicated that you first drafted a report October 30th of 2025 related to her. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. That's when that report was signed, yes.
And then amended that report on November 26th of 2025, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the intervening information that you obtained was from the Sheriff's Department regarding these admissions or confession by the child's mother. Is that also correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what did you, we've heard testimony that the initial cause was indeterminate. What did you change Riley's autopsy report regarding cause and manner of death to?
Yes, that report was changed to asphyxia by smothering for the cause of death, and then the manner of death is homicide.
And did you also left the other findings from a month or so earlier, correct, regarding pulmonary and cerebral edema?
That's correct. Those findings did not change, yes.
All right. In other words, you didn't remove those other findings and just determine that the cause was asphyxia by smothering and the manner was homicide, and ignore the edema, for instance.
Oh no, the autopsy findings as are what they are, and are included in the both reports.
Thank you. And as it relates to Malio, I believe there's been testimony that the first autopsy report was signed on February 4th of 2022.
That's correct, yes.
And again amended on November 26th of 2025, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And again, the intervening information that you obtained was related to the Sheriff's Department's investigation and interview with the child's mother. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Again, from indeterminate cause of death, what did you change the cause and manner to?
Well, with Leonard, initially the cause of death was the viral type pneumonia, which is present. But with the additional information obtained by the police investigation, the cause of death was changed to asphyxia by smothering and manner homicide.
Thank you. And I did misspeak, partially because my next question was going to be, can both of these things be true? Can the parainfluenza and pneumonia be present, but could he have also suffered asphyxia by smothering?
Absolutely. The pneumonia is present. I identified it by the examination of the tissues. However, that doesn't mean that has to necessarily be the cause of death. So we look at the totality of the case, and with the additional information obtained, that's when the cause of death was amended to asphyxia by smothering.
All right. I believe that's all I have then, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stewart.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Safey, regarding any of that questioning, do you have any other questions?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Safey. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stark. You are all set. Your testimony has been completed and you may log off.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bartlett.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Sergeant Jonathan Paulson to the stand. All right, your seat is going to be right around here.
Good morning, Sergeant. Would you please come forward? Please remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. And if you would please state your first and last name and spell it.
John Paulson, Jonpaulson.
Thank you. Ms. Bartlett.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I see that you work for the Sheriff's Department. How long have you been there, and what are your job duties entail?
I've been with the Sheriff's Department for 18 years, and I am a road patrol sergeant.
I'm going to take you back to September 25th, 2021. Were you dispatched to 2203 15 Mile Road in Algoma Township?
Yes, I was.
Is that within Kent County there?
Yes.
What was the nature of the call that you were dispatched to?
The nature was a 2-month-old child not breathing.
When you arrived on scene, anybody else that you were working with, any partners?
Yeah, Deputy Dietrich also arrived on scene with me at the same time.
Were you guys in the same vehicle or separate cruisers?
No, we were in separate cruisers.
When you arrive on scene, explain to us what you remember seeing.
From what I recall, the fire department was already on scene performing life-saving efforts to the 2-month-old. When I went inside, I remember seeing the mother in the kitchen, and Deputy Dietrich went to assist the first responders and started doing CPR. And I sat down and spoke with the mother in the kitchen.
Was the mother the only adult in the home at that time?
From what I recall, yes.
Any other children?
Yeah, she had 2 children in the kitchen with her.
Approximately how old? Are we talking older or toddler and younger?
A little bit older.
What ages are we talking?
Oh man, from what I recall, I want to say maybe 5 to 7 years old from what I
Okay.
can recall.
Pretty young yet.
Yeah.
Do you attempt to do any of the life-saving measures, or is that fire and Deputy Dietrich?
Yeah, there was a few fire personnel in the living room attending to the child along with Deputy Dietrich, so I just sat with the mother and spoke to her in the kitchen.
Was that child being tended to Leonard Whitehead?
Yes.
When you spoke to the mother, how was she acting?
From what I remember, when I started talking to the mother, she was, I would refer to it as quietly or softly crying.
Have you been dispatched to many scenes where parents have lost loved ones and things of
Yes.
that sort?
Yes.
How many, if you had to say, over?
Honestly, more
your
than I
career?
can count. Yeah, it'd be hard to put a number to it, but I've been to many over the years.
Was her behavior in any
Objection,
way?
relevance.
I didn't finish the question. Was her behavior in any way out of the ordinary?
Objection, relevance, no personal knowledge.
Response.
The way the mother acted in a case like this, felony murder and child abuse first degree, it is relevant to how she was acting when her child is getting CPR for his life. Her demeanor is absolutely relevant.
Relevance is a low standard. It is testified by the sergeant that he's observed a number of different situations where individuals lose a loved one and the court will receive that testimony.
I would add, just for the record, I object on a foundation matter. He's never met my client before, or at least that's not been laid, so I would object on those grounds as well. Thank you, Rick.
Thank you very much. And continue.
How was she acting in contrast to other cases that you had come across?
This one stood out to me because other death scenes, I would almost describe them as hectic, screaming, loud crying, and this one stood out as completely different because it was not hectic. It was more of a soft cry.
Was she calm?
Yes, I would say she was calm.
Was she able to answer your questions about any history of Leo's behavior in the day leading up to this?
Yes, she was.
It's my understanding that you guys were dispatched at approximately 1:17 p.m. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Were you able to sit and talk to her and ask her questions about Leo's health leading up to it and what kind of unfolded that day?
Yes, I was.
What were her general explanations?
She said she had put Leo down for a nap approximately an hour and a half prior to calling 911 in the basement. And she had checked on Leo about a half hour prior to calling 911. And then again checked on Leo just before calling 911. And the last time she had checked on him, he was lying face up. And she checked and he did not have a pulse. She then called 911, and then she explained, I asked her about medical history. She explained that he had only had bowel movements, I believe, once a week for the last 3 weeks in a row. He was lactose intolerant, so they had changed the formula recently. He had also had green mucus in his nose recently. And was coughing up a white mucus.
Fast forward to September 3rd of 2025. Were you dispatched to 341 South Allen Street in Cedar Springs, Kent County?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of that call?
That one was a 2-year-old child not breathing.
And how many adults were present in the home when you arrived on scene?
Just the mother.
And was that the same mother, Irene Whitehead, that was at Leo's?
Yes, it was.
And when you arrived on scene at that location, what were your observations?
When I arrived on scene, I opened the door and the 2-year-old was lying on the living room floor, face up. And the mother, Irene, was on her knees. She was on the phone with 911 and was also performing CPR on the child. I kneeled down beside the child and I noticed that the mother, Irene, was again very similar to the first time, crying in a very soft, quiet manner, as I would describe.
Is she doing anything like begging you to save Riley? Anything?
She did not say a word to me. She did
Nothing.
not say a word to me.
Okay. Did you later have the opportunity to interview her as to Riley, or was that somebody else?
That was somebody else.
Okay. And Irene Whitehead, the only adult at both locations of, let me back up just a second. Did either Riley or Leo, were life-saving measures ever successful in either of those two?
They were not.
Irene Whitehead was the only adult at each location. Do you see her in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and name an item of clothing?
Here with a brown sweater and black pants.
May the record reflect he's identified the defendant, Your Honor?
Amen.
Nothing further, thank you.
Morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
My name is Julia Kelly. I'm just going to have some follow-up questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. You were asked about arriving to the scene at 2203 15 Mile Road in 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you had never met Miss Whitehead before, correct?
Correct.
No dealings with her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And never had a conversation with her, correct?
Not prior to 2021.
Okay.
Correct.
And you wrote a report in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And you were trained to be as thorough and accurate in your report writing as possible,
Yes.
knowing that these reports may be used later by the prosecution, is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. And so you were sent to that location because a 2-month-old was not breathing, correct?
Yes, in
Okay.
2021.
And I saw in your report Med 1 Echo. What does that mean?
It's just a term that dispatch uses for someone who's usually not breathing.
Okay. And you said that the fire chief was already performing CPR?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Ms. Whitehead was seated at the dining room table?
From what I recall, she was in the kitchen. I don't remember if she was seated or not.
Okay. Do you know how long the fire chief had been there prior to your arrival?
I don't know how long he had been there. No.
Okay. You don't know any conversation that he had with my client prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
And you testified, and I think it's in your report too, that she was crying quietly, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that stood out to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you write that it stood out to you in your report?
I don't
2021?
believe I put that it stood out to me.
Okay. And there were 2 other children there with Miss Whitehead, is that correct?
Yes.
Younger children?
Yes.
I think you said maybe 5 to 7 years old?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was just an estimate.
Sure. And you were able to get information, and Irene provided you information about what took place that day, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the 2-month-old on his back, is that correct?
When I first walked in, yeah, the 2-month-old was in the living room, laying on the floor face up.
Okay, receiving CPR?
Yes.
And the information was that Irene called 911 when she found her 2-month-old unresponsive, is that correct?
In 2021, I don't remember who called 911.
Okay, but you said Irene was the only adult present, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about the medical issues that the 2-month-old Leo was having, correct?
The information that she relayed to me.
Okay. And you made a referral to CPS, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that CPS did not open a case?
I typically don't follow up with CPS, so I'm not sure what
Okay.
the disposition was.
The medical examiner arrived while you were there in 2021, correct?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. And then you had no follow-up about that case, about Leo?
Typically, those cases get handled by the detective bureau from
Okay.
there, so.
Okay, and then bringing up to September 3rd of 2025, you arrived, were you the first one to arrive
Yes.
at the house? Okay. And when you arrived at the house, you said that Irene was on the phone with 911
Correct.
and she was performing CPR on her 2-year-old child?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also said that in this instance, she was, again, crying quietly, as you described it.
Yes.
Okay. And did you document that in your report?
I don't recall if I did or not.
But that's something that you remember
Yes.
from September 3rd of 2025, that she was just crying quietly while performing CPR?
Yes.
Okay, may I have a moment, Your Honor? Would it refresh your recollection to look at your report to see if you wrote that she was crying quietly?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
If you could review that, and then when you have, let me know by looking up.
Okay, I reviewed.
Okay. Do you see in that report that you saw Miss Whitehead crying quietly?
I did not document it in the report that I saw.
Okay, but that's something that you're testifying today that you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked Miss Whitehead to step outside so the procedures could continue on her 2-year-old?
I don't believe I asked her to step outside.
Okay. At some point, the professionals come in and take over, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Using an AED, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform any of those life measuring procedures?
I placed the AED pads on the child.
Okay. Now, I also saw in your report that you noticed a sippy cup on the dining room table and you took a look at what was inside that sippy cup?
I did.
Okay. And it was milk?
From what I believe, it looked.
Okay. You smelled it?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing unusual?
Nothing unusual.
Okay. And I guess I have one, let me back up to September 5th, 2021. I'm sorry, I'm jumping around.
That's okay.
You noted in your report that the home was generally in neat order. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing unusual that you saw?
Nothing unusual that I saw. I did not search the house though.
Okay. But you would have noticed if something was unusual.
Yeah, just in the living room and the kitchen is the only 2 rooms that I observed, but yeah, nothing
Okay.
unusual stood out.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Ms. Bartlett, any crosses out or redirect?
Just very briefly, as to considering things out of the ordinary, if you saw any blankets or anything of that note, baby blankets, would that have been out of the ordinary for you back then?
If I had just seen baby blankets, I don't think that would have stood out as extraordinary.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Sorry, I have one question to follow up. What about a blue bag? If you would have saw a blue bag by the 2-year-old, would you have noted that on the ground?
If I had seen a blue bag,
Correct.
I guess it would really depend on what it looked like to me
Okay.
at the time.
Okay. But it was important enough that you wrote about the sippy cup, correct?
Yeah, I observed the sippy cup, so I did notate that.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sergeant, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Court would like to proceed.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I just wanted to double check, Your Honor. Thank you. People call Deputy Logan Copian.
You may do so. Good morning. Good morning. Please come forward. Please remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. And if you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record.
Yep. My name is Deputy Logan Copian. First name Logan, last name Copeyon.
Thank you very much. Mr. Irwin.
Thank you. Deputy, could you let us know, I know, judging by uniform, where you're employed, could you state it for the record, please?
Yep. I'm a police officer for Kent County Sheriff's Office.
Now, how long have you been there?
6 years.
6 years as of now?
About, yes.
Okay, approximately. Not going to hold you to the date. but
Yeah,
approximately
not
6 years.
exactly about.
And were you working as a Kent County Sheriff's Deputy on August 26th of 2020?
Correct.
And as a deputy, were you working road patrol?
Correct.
At some point on that date, were you dispatched to 2203 15 Mile Road Northeast in Algoma Township, Kent County?
Correct.
And do you recall whether other members of the Sheriff's Department were dispatched to that location as well?
Yes, they were, but when I was there, I'm pretty sure it was just me and the fire department.
All right, that was what I was going to ask, if you knew generally what the call was for.
Yeah, it was for infant that was not breathing.
Okay. Is that information that you would have obtained from dispatch then?
Correct. Yep.
Information relayed to you as you're driving around?
Correct. Through our dispatch system near the computer. Yes.
Were you the only person in your patrol car then?
Yes.
When you arrived at that scene, do you recall about what time of day or night it was?
Early morning, late. Well, yeah, it'd be early morning. I was working a night shift, so it was towards the end of my shift, but early morning.
Okay. If your report is just before 6 a.m., does that sound about right?
Correct.
No reason to dispute that?
Yep, that sounds right. Yep.
Okay. Given that information, when you arrived, could you tell whether ambulance or fire or any other folks were present already?
Yep, the fire department was already on scene before I got there.
Okay. And when you say on scene, could you tell whether they were, I guess, was it a home that you were called to?
Correct, it was to a residence. As you said the date, it was a while ago. I don't remember if they were there for a bit or longer. I couldn't tell you the time frame.
Did you end up entering the residence?
Yes.
When you did that, do you recall whether or not medical personnel were inside already or not?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Any other adults that appeared to be associated with the home?
Yes, per my report, I referenced a grandma. I don't remember the exact name, but there was her mom or the grandma of the household was there.
Okay. So you recall somebody identified as a grandmother
Correct.
to the child?
Of the child, correct.
Okay. Anybody else? Any other adults?
Yes, and the mom of the child.
Okay. And did you identify the mother of the child?
Yes.
How did you identify her?
I asked her what her name was.
Sure. Yeah. What was her answer?
Miss Whitehead. I'm sorry. Irene.
All right. And do you see Irene Whitehead in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out by something she's wearing, please?
Yeah, tan sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the deputies identified the defendant? Thank you. Do you recall, did you make contact with each of these adults?
Yes, the mother of the child and the grandma of the child.
Sure. And do you recall whether any other children were present in the home?
I do not remember that. Nope.
When you entered the residence, did you see the child that appeared to be in distress?
Yes.
Where was that child located?
I know the fire department was taking care of the child. I don't remember where we're at in the house, though. I don't remember that.
Okay. For instance, do you remember seeing the child immediately upon entering, or did you have to walk to another room, or do you just?
I'm pretty sure we had to walk into the house, and we weren't outside the house. No.
Sure, but I guess my question is,
I don't
do
know
you
what
recall-
room though. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I don't remember.
That's all right. And did you identify the name of the child that was having trouble breathing?
Yes, and I am Katina. Sorry, I'm blanking on it, but yes.
Okay. And do you recall her approximate age?
6 months about.
Okay. And were you able to see the paramedics or fire department actively working on that child?
Yes, the fire department was. Yes.
What were they doing?
I think they're like taking her vitals. They were checking her breathing, stuff like that.
All right.
I don't remember exactly if they had like instruments out or anything like that. Sorry, I can't remember.
Did you personally attempt to render any aid to this child?
I did not, due to fire being there already. They had more medical training than I did, so I let them do their thing.
Okay. Without getting into anything that the grandmother said, did you ask her about what had occurred that morning as far as what she knew?
Yes, I got a statement from her.
All right. And what about Irene Whitehead, the defendant in this case? Did you speak with her as well?
I did.
And do you recall what it is that she told you about that morning or the incident that was occurring?
Yep. My understanding is that she put the baby to bed around 8:30, and if I remember right from my police report, it was around 5:30. She was checking on the baby, and the child was not breathing, so she called 911. The statement was that possibly the baby was wrapped up in a blanket in the crib, and that's why the baby was not breathing.
Okay. She indicated that she believed it was because it was wrapped up in the blanket?
That's what I was told, yes.
By who?
By the mom, yes.
Okay, so that was her belief to you.
Yes, that was the statement she gave to me that morning.
All right. Did someone show you the crib where the baby was sleeping?
Yes.
And do you recall what room in the house that was in?
I remember it was in the basement, but it was kind of a large, like unfinished kind of area. So it wasn't like a specific like nursery room.
Okay. Were there other beds or bedrooms that appeared to be set up?
Yep, there was
down
other
there?
beds near it. Yep.
What did you observe specifically about the crib, if anything?
Yep, there
comes
was.
to mind?
I took pictures of it. I stated in my report there was still like a tie-style blanket was still in the crib.
I saw that in your report. Can you describe what you mean by that? I think
Yep.
I know, but just so that
Yeah,
the
I think
record's
we all kind of had these blankets in our household. You know, you make them out of fabric. You tie all the ends together, kind of like two fabrics together, tie blanket.
Okay, so the pieces are tied together and form a larger piece of fabric?
Sure. Yep.
All right, for lack of,
Yeah,
if I did that
correct.
justice?
Correct.
All right, thank you. What did you do after you observed the crib and took photographs?
I spoke to my sergeant at the time. I kind of notified him. I'm pretty sure around that time, that's when the ambulance/paramedic showed up, and they transported the baby to the hospital. I filled out like a CPS form online and typed my report. But once the paramedics transported the baby to the hospital, I cleared the scene.
Do you know whether or not the child was breathing at the time that it left this residence?
I believe so.
Okay.
If I remember stating my report, I believe so, yes.
All right. And do you know what happened or where the grandmother and the mother went? Were they allowed to travel with the ambulance, or did they follow, or did you give them a ride? Do you recall?
I did not give them a ride, but I do not remember what they did.
That's fair enough. Is this a type of case that would have been, if you know, forwarded to the detective or the detective unit for follow-up, or in your mind, was follow-up necessary? I guess where was the investigation as far as you were concerned? At that point?
From my sake, I filled out the police report and I called. Like I said, I contacted my sergeant at the time, and I knew he would be following up on it. So I kind of put that in his court. So I knew he would be notifying people that he needed to.
Okay. When you had first contact with the defendant, Irene Whitehead, could you describe her demeanor, if you recall?
Yeah, she was, again, this is years ago. I don't remember exactly, but in my report I remember that I say that she was emotional, but I don't remember in deep detail, no.
Okay. You don't know in what emotion she was exhibiting then?
It's blurry.
It's okay.
I can't remember exactly.
What about the grandmother?
I can't say, I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
can't remember.
You don't have to apologize. I appreciate it. 1 second, Your Honor. That's all for now. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly?
Here. Good afternoon, Deputy.
Hi.
My name is Julia Kelly. I'm just going to have some follow-up questions for you, okay?
Yep.
And it's Copian? Is that am I
Correct.
saying that right? Okay.
Logan's fine.
Okay, I'll call you Logan now. So I just wanted to follow up with you about the events on August the 26th of 2020. How long have you been with the Kent County Sheriff's Office at that time?
Yeah, I worked for City of Muskegon Police Department for about 2 years as a police officer there.
Okay.
I got hired January 13 of 2020
Okay.
at the Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And you had to go through all of the training and all of the schooling that one
Correct.
goes
Yeah,
through,
I went through field training officer, all that. Yep.
Okay.
At
How to
Sheriff's
fill out
Office.
a report when you're arriving at an incident to be thorough and accurate as possible, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you arrived, according to your report, 2203 15 Mile Road Northeast. Is that right, on August 26, 2020?
If it's in my police report, then yes.
Okay. I also noted I see like a paragraph that I believe you wrote. Are you writing that on a computer, or how is that being typed up?
Are you looking at the CAD notes or my narrative that I typed?
The narrative.
Yes, I typed that.
Okay. Who does the CAD notes?
The dispatcher, I believe.
Okay. And what about the classification of the call? Who does that?
The dispatch does. I do not.
Okay. And you said you spoke to your supervisor. Was Detective Birkland, who's sitting here at the desk, was that your supervisor?
No.
Okay. Do you know why her name would be in the CAD reports?
Because she wrote a supplement to the police report. I don't know exactly. That's
Okay.
I'm
If you
not
don't
a-
know, that's okay.
Yep. I'm not a Tim's expert.
So the classification comes from dispatch, you believe. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So you wouldn't have classified this as a murder, non-negligent manslaughter. Is that correct?
I did not
Okay.
label that. No.
You took Miss Whitehead's basic information about how old she was, what her birth date was. Is that correct?
Yep. Just for the police report. Yep.
Okay. And I see in the police report she was 21 at the time. Is that accurate? Would that be
Yeah.
accurate if it's in your report?
Yes. Her date of birth. Yep.
And so when you arrived at the house that day, as you said, the 6-month-old the fire was already on scene.
The firefighters. Yep.
Okay. And I see in your report the infant was breathing and throwing up liquids. Is that correct?
Yep. That's a. Yep.
Okay. You talked to grandmother, right?
Correct.
You spoke to Irene, correct?
Yes.
She kind of gave you what happened.
Correct.
Okay. And talked about sleeping with a blanket, correct?
Yep. Irene told me that.
Okay. She talked to you about the baby not being able to sleep without something in her hand?
Yes, she stated that.
Okay. And so then, I don't know if you remember, but you were taken down into the basement where the sleeping area was for Irene and her
Yes.
child. Okay. And there was a bed and a crib, correct?
That's what I stated in my report. Yes.
Okay. And this tie blanket that you described, and I appreciate Mr. Early asking the question because I had the same one. How big of a tie blanket are we talking about?
I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Okay.
You can ask these people over here. I remember I took pictures of the scene. I don't know if we have those pictures. They can answer that.
Okay. And you filled out the CPS form online, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was part of your duties?
Correct.
Okay. And then I see under your narrative, the status, the case was closed. Is that right?
That's in your work road patrol. Like I said, for me, it's closed. That's what I put in my narratives.
Okay. Were you aware that CPS did not open an investigation on this case?
I was not aware of that. I just when I do that CPS form, I submit it, and then unfortunately I go to the next call.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Renner.
Thank you very much.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Deputy, thank you. You may sit down.
You call Deputy Eric Jordan.
Sorry, right up to the witness chair.
Good morning, sir. Please come forward. Good morning. Please remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Could you please have a seat and go back and state your first and last name and spell for the record?
Yes, my first name is Eric and my last name is Jordan. The spelling of my first name is E-R-I-C-K. Last name is J-O-R-D-A-N.
Thank you. Deputy, could you please let us know how long you've been with the Kent County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with Kent County just under 5 years.
Were you with any other police agency prior to that?
I was. I have somewhere between 11 to 12 years of law enforcement experience.
And where were you employed, if I can ask, prior to Kent County?
Pokagon Tribal Police Department.
All right. Is that in Michigan?
Yes, it is.
Were you working on September 3rd of 2025?
Yes, I was.
What capacity would you have been working that day?
I was assigned to day shift road patrol in Cedar Springs.
All right. Specifically in that area then?
I was, yes.
At some point that morning, were you dispatched to 341 South Allen Street Northeast in the city of Cedar Springs, Kent County?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember that particular day? at this
Yes,
point?
I do.
Do you recall what time of day or night you would have been dispatched there?
It was in, it was in the daytime. I believe it was just before 10 o'clock.
Okay, so 10 a.m. then?
10 a.m., yes.
Were you in a patrol car with any other deputies?
I was in a patrol car by myself, fully marked patrol car with my uniform on. I believe I was next to another deputy, I think, when this call initiated.
All right. And what kind of call was it, if you can remember?
I believe we were dispatched to a report of a 2-year-old not breathing.
All right. Is that the information dispatch would give you, or would they give you some type of code to let you know that that's the call that you're responding to?
I believe that's the information that they gave us. Usually the dispatch notes are right on our screen, but I remember looking at it. I believe it just said 2-year-old not breathing, and so we responded right away, emergency.
That's what I was going to ask. Does that mean you respond maybe in a different way than you normally would if it was some
Yeah.
sort of trespassing complaint or something like that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Responded to the lights and siren.
And did the other deputy that you believe you may have been parked next to, did that deputy respond as well?
Yes, he did.
Who was that?
Deputy Pete Bush.
Oh, right. When you arrived at the Allen Street address, do you know whether you were first, or you and Deputy Bush first, or were there other responding?
I believe Sergeant Paulson was on scene a few seconds before us, and then Deputy Bush and I arrived at the same time. I think he walked in the door right before me.
Do you recall whether or not any fire or ambulance personnel were present at that time?
No, they were not.
All right, so the Sheriff's Department were first on scene as far as first responders?
Yes, sir.
What did you do, if you recall, when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I remember walking through the door. You could see the child, Riley, was on her back in front of the TV. Irene was above her doing chest compressions. Sergeant Paulson was just on the other side of them. I remember that Riley looked pale. I think I walked up next to Irene, got down, checked for a pulse, didn't feel a pulse, and then I asked if I could take over chest compressions from Irene.
I'm going to back you up just a little bit for some background information. That Allen Street address, is that a home or apartment, duplex? Can you describe that?
It's a trailer park.
Okay. So a trailer home then?
Yes.
All right. Single family though, as far as you can tell?
Yes.
And other than, you've used her name, Irene. Do you see Irene Whitehead in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify her by something she's wearing, please?
Yes, she's seated there with the brown sweater and black pants.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant as well. You indicated that you believe Sergeant Paulson was he inside the home already? Do you remember?
Yes, he was. Yep.
Okay. And so, other than Sergeant Paulson and the defendant, were there any other adults home that you could tell?
Not that I saw.
What about children on that particular day?
No.
All right, just Riley. You've called her by her first name at this point. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you know about how old she was at the time?
2 years old, I believe.
Do you remember whether it was how you got her name? Like, had you seen her before, or did you obtain
No,
that
I
information?
had no knowledge of either her or Irene, just through the investigation. Yeah.
All right. Did you know her name was Riley in talking with the defendant at that point, or did you learn that after the fact, if you remember?
I off the top of my head, I don't recall, but I do believe after life-saving measures were unsuccessful, I completed our death investigation form, so I needed that information to call the medical examiner's office. So
Okay.
while
Okay.
on scene, I got that information.
Okay, I want to ask you about some of those comments in a minute. You indicated that you saw the defendant doing chest compressions on Riley, is that right?
Yes.
Are you trained in CPR yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you notice whether or not, I guess, she was doing them correctly from what you know, or was Sergeant Paulson giving her advice, or do you have any recollection of that?
I believe she was on the phone with dispatch. From my memory, I think Sergeant Paulson, I'm assuming he had just got there. So he just was like down with her. I saw her doing chest compressions. I would say, just looking at the way that she was doing them, it would probably be better for somebody to take over that has had training in it. I don't know if she's had training in it or not, but
Sure.
the way that I saw it, that's why I wanted to ask her if we could take over for it.
You actually asked her if you could take over?
I don't remember the exact words, but I remember just, like, can you let us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that, whether she was doing it correctly or not, would that be best practices anyway?
Yes.
That someone that you know is trained take over?
Yes.
For how long did you and Sergeant Paulson attempt life-saving measures, if you can estimate?
Say between 40 to 45 minutes.
Okay. All there on the living room floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. While that was going on, did fire and ambulance and other personnel arrive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was going on during that 45 minutes? Was it just you and Sergeant Paulson, or did other folks help?
Yeah, there were other people helping. I think I took over chest compressions for a few moments till they got the AED pads out, and then we attached those. I think if I remember right, it said no shock advised for the AED, and then we took over. I continued with chest compressions, and then they worked on getting the breathing bag out. I think at that time Cedar Springs Fire, Rockford Ambulance had arrived on scene, and we started, kind of get like a medical care group going.
Okay. And is there a reason why Riley wouldn't have just been loaded up in an ambulance and transported prior to that 45 minutes going by? Is there a practice, or does it depend on how the patient is doing?
Yeah, the medical side of it, I guess wouldn't be the best person to ask that, but
Okay.
usually in my experience, they wait till they get some sort of a heart rhythm on the monitor before they transport.
Okay. And the 45 minutes or so that you were attempting life-saving measures, did Riley ever have a pulse? No pulse. Like I said, I'm not really a great medical person, but I remember doing chest compressions, and then you at times get, I believe, like sporadic rhythms on the monitor. All right. Whoever was in charge decided that it was safer to continue those there rather than trying to transport. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you speak with someone, or was it relayed to you that she was pronounced deceased?
Yes, sir.
And was that after about 45 minutes?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall who made that call?
I don't know their name, but it was somebody with, I believe, Rockford Ambulance, a paramedic that was kind of monitoring the life-saving efforts that were going on.
Okay, it would have been a doctor, is that right?
I think they were on the phone. I remember my report. They talked to Dr. Lanphier and Helen DeVos made the call.
And so that information from the home was relayed to the doctor, and what was actually happening at the time for that call to be made.
Yes, sir.
And you said after that was done, after that had happened, after the pronouncement, you stayed on scene to go over the death investigation form?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that immediately after Riley's removed from the home?
So after time of death was called, there was, several deputies and detectives on scene. I had walked out of the residence. Riley's body stayed there for them to do, preserve the scene.
Okay.
I had walked outside and then started gathering the necessary paperwork to fill out that form and call the medical examiner's office.
Okay. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but was that an emotional situation for you?
Absolutely.
Personally? Okay. So I assume you took a minute to compose yourself before conducting any interview?
Yeah.
Did you personally let Irene know that you were going to have to ask these questions related to the investigation form, or how did that?
I did
How
not.
did you contact her?
I believe Detective Birkland was speaking with Irene, and without trying to, break the contact that she had, I believe I kind of walked up, gathered some information, I think, from her and Irene while they were both talking.
And I know it may seem obvious, but was that all at the residence?
Yes, it
Either
was.
outside or
That
inside?
part of it was in the driveway of the residence.
Okay. And did you ask then specific questions related to the investigation and Riley's medical history?
I think I asked a couple of the questions about medical history because that's a portion of the form that had to get filled out.
Okay. If you have a paragraph in your report entitled medical history,
Yeah.
would that report refresh your memory as to what you asked, or at least what information you received from Ms. Whitehead?
Yes, it would.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Objection.
It's the bottom of page 20. You just look at that last paragraph and then let me know when you've had an opportunity to review it.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ask, for instance, the defendant whether or not Riley was on any medication?
Yes, sir.
And what was the answer, if you remember?
No medication.
Did you ask about whether there were any breathing issues or health history related to her breathing?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what you were told?
Yes. I was told that Riley had a history of breathing rapidly, and then after these episodes of breathing rapidly, she would stop breathing. And I was told that she was hospitalized the day prior for these episodes.
Okay. And this is information that you're getting verbally, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see any actual medical records at that point?
No.
All right. You're taking word of mouth from the mother, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you about Riley having a brain scan at the hospital recently?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that she was still awaiting results.
Yes, sir.
Did you put that information in an actual investigation form separate from your report?
Yes, sir.
Is that, and who would that be left with?
I believe it should be attached to the report.
Okay. You leave it attached to your report for detectives or your sergeant or somebody to review?
Yes, sir.
Just one moment. I don't have anything further this time, but Ms. Kelly may.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Sophie. See you.
All right. Good morning, Deputy Jordan. I'm just going to ask you some follow-up questions.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
So I guess I'll start with, as an officer, you're trained to take thorough and accurate reports of what you see on these days?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you arrived on scene and you testified that Irene was performing chest compressions.
Yes, sir.
You took over those. For 45 minutes, you were giving chest compressions, or that was just in that period you attached the AED pads as you testified to?
Yes, we attached the AED pads. I did chest compressions throughout the entire time.
Okay. And you ultimately were informed that Riley Whitehead was pronounced dead and ceased life-saving measures.
Yes.
Did you then go outside to speak with Irene?
Yes, sir. That's I
Did-
walked outside and then I think was asked if I could work on the form. Yeah.
Did if you recall, did Miss Whitehead go with you, or was she already outside?
I believe she was already outside speaking with detectives.
Would she have been asked to leave the residence while life-saving efforts were performed?
I don't know if she would have been asked to leave. Possibly, maybe. Sometimes it's easier that way. Just depends.
I guess during that 45 minutes, do you recall how many people were in and out of there, in and out of the home?
To be honest, my only focus during that entire time was to make sure chest compressions were adequately being applied. Everything that was going around me was a blur.
Okay. At some point, ambulance, medical, and fire arrived,
Yes, sir.
but they did not take over the chest compressions from you.
No, sir.
Okay. When you spoke to Miss Whitehead, you testified that she had informed you of the history of rapid breathing, hospitalization the day prior. Did she also tell you about acid reflux?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recall, you testified that this was kind of information that you had gotten from a conversation between Detective Birkeland and Irene?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall if you specifically asked Irene these questions, or if this was information you
I don't recall. When we were in the driveway, I believe Detective Birkeland and Irene were both speaking near the hood of a vehicle, the front hood of a vehicle. And I walked up. I believe they were both engaged in a conversation. So whether I got that information directly from Detective Birkeland or Irene, I wouldn't be able to, without reviewing but video footage, give it a clear answer on that.
Okay. And then beyond the initial life-saving efforts for about 45 minutes and then the medical history, do you have any other involvement with this case?
Yeah, I assisted with basically our crime scene log when somebody walks in and out of a scene, writing down the times that somebody was entering or exiting the residence. And I also assisted during the search warrant.
Okay, but that didn't take place until after you.
Several hours, probably a couple hours after the incident.
Okay. Did you also, on December 2nd, 2025, pick up a laptop?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was from somebody named Gabrielle Kent. Is that accurate?
I would have to look, but it sounds accurate.
Did you do anything else with that laptop? Did you analyze that laptop at all?
No, I believe Detective Birkeland called and asked if I could just grab that and then put it into evidence, and that's what I did.
Do you recall Miss Whitehead's demeanor when you spoke to her? Was she emotional?
Yes, sir. She was crying.
Did that seem strange to you?
Her demeanor on scene, did it seem
Correct.
strange to me?
Correct. Crying.
I would say that I distinctly remember her demeanor not being what I would have expected.
And what do you mean by that?
Of the many death scenes that I have been to, she was very quiet, and her explanation that her child was having a breathing episode, so she recorded it so she could better document and show the doctor what was happening, did not make any sense to me.
And these
I
are,
have two
that's a
kids.
statement she made to you?
That's the statement that I was told when we were there. I don't know if she directly told, she may have told me that or been part of that when that was happening.
Is there a reason that would not be documented in your report?
The reason why I probably didn't document that portion of my report is because that probably was told to me while I was standing next to Detective Birkeland.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Mr. Sanford.
Just a couple of brief follow-up questions. Deputy Jordan, sorry to kind of bring you back to this particular time frame again, but do you recall what kind of clothing Riley would have been wearing?
I believe it was pajamas.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you noticed, in that living room, or I guess we'll just leave it at the living room portion, did you notice any blankets or bags of any nature around her immediate area at that particular time that you took note of?
Nothing that I took note of at the time.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Safety, any read across to that?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, I think I've been volunteered to request a brief recess for
It is.
restroom break.
I noted that also. It's a good time to take a morning break, and we'll be recessed for about 15 minutes. Thank you very much. involving Irene Whitehead. All parties are here. Ms. Whitehead is here, and with that, I'll turn to Ms. Bartlett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our last witness for today is Detective Anna Bergland.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Please remain standing. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat. And please state your first and last name and spell it for the record.
Anna Bergland, ANNA-BIRKELAND.
Thank you.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you give us your background? How long have you been with county? And what are your job duties entailed currently?
Absolutely. So I've been employed with the Kent County Sheriff's Office for over 7 years. I have worked road patrol, field training officer positions, taser instructor. Most recently moved to the Detective Bureau, where I worked in family services, investigating family services cases, general case, and now I'm on our major case team.
How is it that you got involved in this case?
I actually started my on-call that week, and I showed up to work and saw it on the board, which is our call log, essentially. Spoke with a sergeant who requested I respond to the scene.
So did you respond to the scene then on September 3rd, 2025 involving Riley?
Yes, I did.
We heard a lot of testimony this morning from our responding deputies and our sergeant who arrived at the various children's calls. Can you help us have a clear understanding of the timeline as you understand it?
Absolutely. So I wasn't made aware of the timeline until later in my investigation, but ultimately the case involving Katina would be on August 26th of 2020, and that was the blanket incident. The case involving Leo was 9/25 of 21, and then I'm sure we'll get into that, and then Riley's case was 9/3 of 2025.
All of pretty similar nature, is that fair?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene on September 3rd, 2025, involving Riley, what were your observations when you initially arrived on scene?
These scenes can be extremely chaotic. Family members are showing up, medical personnel is everywhere. I, as a lead detective, showed up and particularly started introducing myself and kind of talking to the mom, Irene Whitehead. And most of my interaction occurred with her on scene, although I did ultimately assist with the search warrant and walking through the crime scene.
At some point while you're on scene, are you or Irene notified of Riley's passing?
Yes.
How did the defendant respond to that news?
So I was standing with Miss Whitehead at the front of their vehicle that was parked in the driveway. I don't know which Rockford personnel, but it was a Rockford ambulance personnel came out and informed Miss Whitehead that Riley had passed away. At which point I recall her face turning red and her putting her head in her hands. Later on in the investigation, though, it was determined based on timestamps of the body cam and review of other digital evidence. If you don't mind me referencing my report for the specific times.
You may.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's large too, so it's going to take me a minute to flip through. So we were notified on the timestamp of my body cam at 10:55 hours, so 10:55 a.m. of Riley's passing. And then a text message was sent from Irene's phone stating Riley had an episode today and passed away at 10:57, so 2 minutes later.
She's texting about Riley's death 2 minutes later?
Correct.
Did she any frantic crying out or any scenes like that from her?
There was very little emotional reaction. It was a very calm reaction to the passing.
From that day, did you remain lead on this investigation up until currently and through the pendency of this case?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you do search warrants for various things, phones, Google, what else?
Yes, phones, Google, Facebook, TikTok. I believe there might have been a detective that threw in one for Snapchat along the way. I would need to look at the full list. iCloud was another one.
Sure.
Yep.
Specific to Google searches, did you receive a return that allowed you to see what the defendant was searching on her Google?
Yes, from multiple different accounts.
I'm going to walk you through just a couple of them. If you could refer back to your notes if needed to September 21st, 2021. This would have been 4 days before Leo passed.
They're all over the place in here. Yes, is it the 3/12/2020 or 22 p.m. search? I believe September 21st, 21.
Yes,
Yep.
correct. Any searches there that were alarming to you or that stood out?
Yes. So again, September 1st, 2021, which would be 4 days prior to Leo's passing. The Google search was, "Why do I feel like I regret having a baby?"
Let's bump forward to March 28th, 2022. Any alarming searches on that day from the defendant's phone?
Yes. So I noted 3. I have, so again, March 28th, 2022, sell kid on black market, but it's spelled CELL. Again, on the same date, March 28th, 2022, black market baby adoption. And March 28th, 2022, black market toddler adoption.
And let's move forward to January 23rd, 2023. Any searches on that date that stood out to you?
I will need to find it in a moment. January 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Yep, January 23rd, 2023. I have a couple. The first one being telling your kid you hate them when frustrated. And January 23rd, 2023, my 4-year-old whines and cries about everything. Those are the 2 that I've noted that day.
And to the last date that I want to bring your attention to is February 27th, 2023. Any that stood out on that day?
And again, you'll have to forgive me for a moment.
Sure.
Let's see. Yep, February 27th, 2023. Why is my 4-year-old talking about being killed?
Does she talk about resenting any children on that day for Google searches?
Let me see. Yep, there's another one. Why do I resent my baby during pregnancy? On the same date, February 27th, 2023. And then another one, February 27th, 2023. Why do I resent one child that everyone favorites? Another one on February 27th, 2023. Why does everyone favorite my youngest more than my oldest? February 27th, 2023. Why do I resent one child that everyone favorites? Again.
Do you do a pretty thorough investigation prior to conducting your interview with the defendant?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
To make sure I have as much information as possible going into a conversation with that individual.
At some point, do you and Detective Goring interview the defendant?
We do.
Can you walk us through how that interview was set up?
Yeah, absolutely. So that would have been Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. Detective Goring and I originally made contact with Miss Whitehead at her residence. She was transported down in a marked cruiser with a uniformed deputy, brought into the Kent County Sheriff's Office, where Detective Goring and I spoke with Miss Irene Whitehead in an interview room, one of our recorded interview rooms.
And so, yes, your interview, the entirety of your interview with the defendant was recorded. Is that correct?
Yes, from 2 different angles, actually. We used one of our body cams as well to capture another angle.
So there would have been a room recording and then your body cam. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Sometimes audio can be better on one or the other.
Depending on how close we are to one microphone versus the other, yes.
Sure. Have you had the opportunity to review both the room camera as well as the body cam as it pertains to the defendant's interview?
I have.
And did you turn that over as a part of discovery?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the entirety of the interview that you guys had with the defendant?
Both videos are.
For purposes of preliminary exam, we have snippets of that interview. Is that fair?
Yes.
Are each of those snippets fair and accurate portions of that longer interview?
Yes.
When I talk about those, I'm going to be talking about exhibits 3 through 11. Have you had the opportunity to review those prior to today?
I have.
Specifically 3 through 9, all snippets of that interview. Again, fair and accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit and kind of walk through People's Proposed Exhibits 3 through 9.
Ms. Kelly,
No objection.
the court will receive exhibits 3 through 9.
To begin with, Your Honor, I would like to play for you the Miranda rights that were read to the defendant prior to getting into the admissions.
I just can't help it. I'm sorry. You're so slow. Here's the thing, right? Do you remember what I first told you when we met at your house? I showed up on scene, I know it was chaotic, and it made sense to me that you might not remember. But I told you my goal in this is to answer all of your questions and to make sure we're on the same page. And I would do everything I can to best understand what happened, to be able to best explain it to you. Okay, everybody in agreement on that? Okay. So ultimately, our goal today is to understand it, answer any questions you got, and then see what we can do from there. Fair enough? Okay.
So the big thing is that we want you to understand that you're not going to be in trouble with us, okay? This has been, this is here to help you out and kind of get through things. And so there's no trick questions. We're not going to sit here trying to hang you up on anything. If we're asking you a question and you don't understand it, by all means, let us know. We'll try to do it further. And the same thing, if you're saying something and we don't understand it, we're going to say, hey, Irene, what do you mean by that? It's not that you said anything, you said we just want to have a full understanding so we can better explain this and then we can move through this. So, like I said, there's no tricks to this. We're going to be completely honest with you. We're just going to have a conversation with you. So it's Anna and Chris with Irene, just adults having a conversation. And then by the end of this, we want to have you understand everything that's going on and have all your questions answered. So if you have questions for us, by all means, ask. You know, it's a simple conversation. So, and with that, you know, I'm not hiding anything. And so I want you to be aware of everything going on, your rights and everything like that. So just to be completely, fully transparent with everything. And it's part of our policy here. You've seen it on TV 100 times about the whole, you have the right to remain silent, and, you know, anything you say can be used in court of law. And you have a right to have a jury present before and during any questioning. And if you can't afford one we provided you by the courts. And I'll add to that if we are talking about anything and you don't want to talk about anything, you say, Chris, Hannah, I don't know about that. Because the big thing that we want to do is to make sure that you have a full understanding of what's going on, the stuff that we kind of want to share with you, and then kind of move on with all of that. So, do you have any questions or anything? You understand all that? Okay. Perfect.
So, one of the things,
Detective, how long is your entire interview with this defendant?
I believe one of the videos is around 5.5 hours.
Okay. Do you guys take breaks or anything in between there, bathroom breaks, things like that?
Early on in the interview, yes, she requested to use the restroom, so she did. And then she was offered a break at least once, that I recall.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout the interview, are you able to confront her with any lies before admissions are being made?
Yes.
As it pertains, I'm going to go back to, I'd like to start with Leo's death. Did the defendant make admissions about Leo's death?
Yes.
Were the nature of all of her confessions as they pertain to her children, Katina, Riley, and Leo, were they all of similar nature?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you People's Exhibit 4, a part of the interview as it pertains to Leo.
From trophy 9-0. That would have been on his autopsy report. When you choke on milk, there's certain things your body does. So how do we know that? What's that?
She didn't want him.
You didn't want him. And after he was born, you didn't want him around. So when did you decide that you were gonna put a blanket over his head?
I had thoughts about him before.
What made you
But
decide?
it was never the right moment. I thought maybe the feeling would go away. It didn't. Still tough. So, that morning, I held a blanket over his face.
What did he do?
Swear. For my love.
For how long?
Okay.
What was your intent by holding the blanket over his face that morning?
I did die.
And did he? By you? And how did that make you feel? Better?
Yeah.
You want him to know? And who knew about that?
Just
Your mom didn't know? So tell me about the TV food report. Why did you do that?
This portion of the confession, does it happen after she had already confessed and told you what she did to Riley?
Yes.
So when she says that Leo died the same way Riley did, smothering of sorts,
Yes.
and it's hard to hear while we're in the courtroom, but she described how Leo acted during that. What were her words?
He squirmed like a bug.
Did you also cover what she had done to Katina?
Yes, a couple of times.
I'm gonna play for you People's Exhibit 5. This is the first portion with Katina.
I know I wasn't supposed to give her a blanket. I was so tired of being there. You sit there, covered in her bitch. I don't understand it. Katina was always so much better. They tried to get me to put Remington up for adoption. I didn't want to do it. One that I love Remington just as much as I love Katina. And Riley came to me. Suddenly Riley's a favorite. Why she mom's boyfriend old Remington down. There's just something about him. But it all stop. She always put everything around her head, no matter what it was. Just on her second favorite, over anything to be treated well, just like she is. So I gave her a blanket, now in his bed. Maybe something would happen. And I woke up and I realized what I had done. Thought maybe we should suffocate or something.
Second video talking about Cantina. Cantina is People's Exhibit 6.
I only want one thing. What happened the night that Christina had the light in her eye?
I gave her the blanket.
Why?
What was your intent when you gave her the blanket?
I wanted her to die.
What happened?
I'm just gonna.
And then you were at your mom's house. You woke up early that morning. Why did you wake up? What woke you up?
I was set up early.
And then you decided to put the blanket in? Or
No.
or you
Gave
not?
her the blanket the night before.
Hoping that she would just die in the morning? Over the night? But when you found her, she was,
She was still breathing. A little bit. Not very much.
you attempted to kill her?
I found her, she was still breathing, I figured out.
How did that
I took
happen?
her upstairs.
After you realized she was still breathing, how did that make you feel?
I was mad.
Could you want her dead? You took her to the hospital. Right? You told the doctor that she had an ethnic episode. Right?
Oh, I should have wanted her. I found her.
Oh, wait, that was it. Or confirming somebody.
She say there she was mad Katina didn't die?
Yes.
Do you guys talk to her about, well, through your investigation, do you determine that she takes these children to the hospitals at various times?
Yes.
Did she give you an explanation as to why she did that?
For Riley specifically, yes.
What was the nature of that explanation?
Setting up a defense to killing Riley.
Playing for you, People's Exhibit 7.
Page by page, we read it. You know what the one consistent thing was in her life? You. She never had a medical issue. The only medical issues she has are the ones that you caused. The brew that she had was what you caused. The episode that she had was what you caused.
The collapsing in the store. That was the nice stuff trying to get it out of your house. We would have gotten. You caused that.
See, the thing is when you do things immediately, you make mistakes. And that's where you made a mistake. You kept doing it. Now the question is, were you doing it for attention? Because I think if you really wanted to kill her at that time, you would have done it. Why would you do it? Why did you do it so many times?
I was scared.
You're scared of what? Finding out what?
I felt like kids.
That doesn't make sense.
That makes sense, maybe.
Well, my point being, my question to you is, why did you keep putting Riley in the hospital? Was that because you're doing that to make her look sick, so later on you can kill her?
I wanted to go.
When did you decide that you wanted to kill her?
But she's fine.
Why did you keep putting her in the hospital?
So there's people around. I'm finding out what I was doing. So I made it look like a breathing episode. And I tell them it was just a breathing episode.
And how did you create the breathing episodes? The ones you recorded, the ones that are on your phone that you sent prior to her death. How did those breathing episodes get created?
You put my hand over her mouth. And watch her swim.
And then you suffocated her?
But that an accident. He suffocated.
So none of the medical stuff that you did, that you sent her to the hospital for, all these episodes that she had, were all because of you. She was never sick. Yes or no, I can't.
First time she was sick.
First time, but the ones where they did the big workouts on her, where she stopped having them, and then back in June when she started having them again this year, every single one of those, because you suffocated her. So what made you finally kill her?
Kind of did it on.
What couldn't you take anymore?
Being her hair. Hearing her screaming all the time. The cries.
She was a normal, healthy baby girl beside you, wasn't she? There was nothing wrong with her, was there?
Again, it's hard to hear. She said I put my what over her?
My hand over her mouth
And watched her squirm.
and watched her squirm.
Did you guys talk to her or ask her if she had contemplated other ways of killing her children?
Yes.
Did she list some of those for you?
Yes.
Okay, People's Exhibit 8.
What are we doing about it? The gun. Huh? With the gun. With the gun. That's the first time I ever mine. I found it myself to do it like that. Well. Rope. Rope? How are we gonna do that? Tie it around the neck.
Did I hear correctly, a gun and a rope?
Yes.
What did she say specifically about the gun?
I believe she said something about getting rid of hers because she couldn't bring herself to do it.
And the rope being tied around their necks?
Tied around the children's necks.
She did not do those as far as you know?
Correct.
People's Exhibit 9, did she explain to you guys what she did to Riley that caused Riley to die?
Yes.
And playing People's Exhibit 9, Your Honor.
You can keep lying to yourself, but we don't need to sit here and listen to that. The only thing you want to know is the truth from you. The moment that you killed Riley. What part of his bag? Start talking.
Where'd you put the bag? No, where did you put the bag on, Riley?
I don't know.
Did you put the bag over her entire head or just covering your mouth?
Just covering her mouth.
And then when you covered her mouth with the bag, what did Riley do?
Nothing.
And how long did you hold the bag over Riley's mouth? And when she stopped breathing, and you held the bag over her mouth, what did you do?
I took it off her mouth.
How many times did she gasp for air? Just one time. After you had the bag over her mouth, she gasped for air one time. And you kept holding it there. You kept holding it there? What did you do?
When I realized what I had done,
But it was too late. Why did you put the bag over Riley's mouth? What were your intentions?
just wanted to stop.
What were your intentions?
Maybe if she was gone, it all would stop.
What were your intentions?
If you weren't be here anymore,
What were your intentions?
she's dead.
You put the bag over Riley's mouth. What the intent to kill her? I need to hear you say it.
Nope, that's not what he asked. Try again. Let yourself be honest, but at least give yourself that.
These bags that she used to put over Riley's mouth, at the time of the search warrant, you guys probably didn't know the significance of those bags. Were you able to go back and review a body cam to see if those bags were present in the home?
Yes, body cam and scene photos.
Okay. What kind of bags are we talking about?
The teal bags we found, I believe it's Glad, the brand, and it's like garbage bags. There were some out in the garbage can and then throughout the home used as garbage bags. They're like a bright teal bluish color.
And that's what she described holding over Riley's mouth?
Yes, she said blue teal.
Did I hear correctly that she said that at the time what caused Riley's death was her holding a bag over Riley's mouth for a couple of minutes?
I would have to watch it again for the exact verbiage, but yes.
Were you able to obtain the breathing episodes that she talks about recording herself from her phone?
Yes, in a few different ways. One way on scene the day of Riley's incident, she actually sent them to our evidence upload, like our digital evidence database, herself. And I believe they were videos from the day prior as well as the day of Riley's death.
And then were those turned over as a part of discovery and unaltered in any way?
They were turned over unaltered.
Fair and accurate depictions of what the defendant herself turned over, recording herself doing these things to Riley.
Yes, not recording the act of suffocation, but I believe it would be the aftermath or around those incidents, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit People's proposed exhibits 10 and 11, 10 being a video that the defendant recorded herself from the day before Riley's death, doing the same thing, the aftermath of it, and People's Exhibit 11 is the day of Riley's death, just prior to calling 911.
I have no objection to the breathing episodes being played for this court. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Court's already received a 10 out of 10, 11, I believe, but you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I am going to play these in the courtroom. I do want to say that they are hard to see, so if you're feeling like you shouldn't watch it, now is the time. People's Exhibit 10, again, is from the day before. Is that correct, Detective?
I believe so.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Is there a way that we could ask the media not to record these so it doesn't get on the...
I think that'd be appropriate.
Thank you.
Please do not record this video, these two videos. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
And People's Exhibit 11 is to be recorded the day of her death.
Yes.
Now that's a good treasure. How are you? How are you? I don't know where he is. He's not downstairs.
Or inside.
How are you? There you are.
What you doing?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you to both counsel. The court had not seen any of that evidence, and that would not have been appropriate. And I appreciate the media's respect to the court, too. Thank you very much. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you. I probably have about an hour. I know I see the time. I can stop whenever the court would like me to.
Would you like to break at this point?
We can break at this point, whatever the court's preference.
Why don't we break?
Okay.
And then we'll come back in an hour at 1:45.
Thank you.
All rise, please.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you. The court's back in session regarding the preliminary examination involving People versus Irene Whitehead. All parties are present. Ms. Whitehead is present. With regards to members of the public being here and the media being here, not directed at the media, pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.1153A, it reads, in a courtroom, no one may use a portable electronic device to take photographs or for audio or video recording, broadcasting, or live streaming. The court has been informed that there may have been someone live streaming this morning's proceedings, which included the testimony involving the video exhibits 10 and 11. Other than by permission of the court to the media, there will be no audio, video. Please respect the court. And deputies, if you see anyone violating the court's order, please confiscate that recording. Thank you. Ms. Kelly, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
I know we've seen each other. I don't know if we've been formally introduced, but my name is Julia Kelly. I'll be asking you some follow-up questions from your testimony from earlier this morning.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, nice to meet you too. I believe that you said that you had been with the Kent County Sheriff's Office for 7 years. Is that correct?
It's like 7.5 now, but
Okay.
yes, close
Okay.
to that. Yep.
And at one point you said that you worked in family services with the Sheriff's Department. Is that correct?
So the Detective Bureau has various like subdivisions.
Okay.
So when I started in the Detective Bureau, Family Services was my title. It was a Family Services Detective. So primarily like child abuse, elder fraud, and juvenile delinquency.
Okay. And so with that child abuse, you're obviously familiar with Child Protective Services and working with them. Is that correct?
I frequently worked with CPS, yes.
Okay. And you're currently on the major case team. Is that correct?
I am currently assigned to the major case team.
Okay. And I wasn't sure, but I heard that you were on call when this case came in. Is that correct?
Yes, it happened to be the day that I started my on-call. We change our schedules around. It's a whole complicated thing, but that's how my week started, yes.
Okay. And so this wasn't your first case on the major detective team, is that correct?
No, absolutely not.
And you said you saw it on the board, so you have some sort of board where a call comes in and that's how you track
Yep,
cases?
there's a couple different ways for us to track active calls around the county, and the one that I was using was just one, it's like a URL that we have that has the active calls listed.
And part of your training and experience is that you investigate cases and calls that come in, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
You investigate cases and calls that come in?
Yes, numerous cases.
To find the truth, is that correct?
Ultimately, that's the goal, and to provide a detailed report to the prosecutor's office.
Okay. You wouldn't consider yourself to be an advocate, would you?
I guess I don't understand that question.
You consider yourself to be an investigator, a detective, correct?
Yes, definitely primarily an investigator. I think it comes into play in terms of your definition of an advocate, because if I'm advocating for my case in terms of gaining investigative tools or finances, then yes, I would also consider myself an advocate. So it kind of plays into what you're looking for in terms of advocate.
When you're investigating a case, you're finding the truth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're also been trained to write a report, correct?
Yeah, back in the academy, yes.
Okay. Be as thorough and accurate as possible, correct?
With the report?
Correct.
Absolutely.
I saw in your report, which I think is up to 553 pages, if I'm correct, But
I have 54, so hopefully we're looking at the same one. Yes.
But I see that you use quotation marks throughout your report. That's an exact quote from someone?
Yes, the use of quotation marks, well, it doesn't necessarily mean a person, though, too. Sometimes it could be like a text, like if there was a Google search or something, if those might be in quotes. I don't know, remember all the times I use quotes in my report, but...
But it's an exact
Yes.
statement?
Hmm?
Okay. You also record interviews, correct?
Yes.
To review at a later time, fair?
To retain for evidentiary purposes.
Okay. And you've been trained to do that?
I want to use the term train loosely. It's our policy that we record.
You record all interviews?
It depends on the case.
And when you're interviewing witnesses, you want to get the truth and an honest statement from them, correct?
I don't want to misconstrue this. I want to get their understanding of what occurred.
Okay.
I guess if you have a more specific question, I can answer that better.
You want them to be honest and impartial about the information they're giving to you, correct?
I would hope that people don't lie to us, but we know that they do.
Okay. You don't want to lead them one way or the other. You want to get what they know and what they understand, correct?
I want to get an understanding of what they understand, yes.
Okay. And so on September the 3rd, you arrived at the scene at the house, correct, on Allen Street?
Yes, in Cedar Springs.
And you spoke with Irene, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I spoke with detectives first, but at some point on scene, I did speak to Irene a couple of times.
Okay. Your report says that you spoke with Irene, you assisted with the execution of a search warrant, and coordinated with CPS. Is that fair?
That's an overall, yes,
Okay.
summary, I guess.
So when you first arrived, you met with the detectives that were outside of the residence,
I
right?
seem to recall that.
Okay. And Irene was already outside of the house. Is that right?
I believe she was. I'd have to watch my body cam to confirm exactly where she was, but I believe she was outside the residence.
Your report mentions that one of the detectives, Detective Holbrook, you had a conversation with, correct?
I very well could have. I would have to reference my 550-page report to get you details on it.
Do you recall Detective Holbrook letting you know that the child would not be transported?
I recall somebody on scene doing that, so it could have been him.
In your understanding of a child that's potentially having some sort of breathing issue, not breathing, and not being transported, what does that mean to you?
I'm not a doctor. I can't testify to the state of the child.
Okay. Have you ever been involved with a child death?
Absolutely. Multiple times.
And that child was not transported to the hospital?
It varied, depending on the situation.
You went and spoke to Irene and her mother, correct? After you talked to the detectives?
At different points in time, I interacted with both, yes.
Okay. Irene was asking you about the status of Riley, correct?
I don't remember a specific question she might have asked, but if it's in my report, do you want me to reference it?
You can reference it if that would
Yeah,
refresh your
absolutely.
recollection.
What's a good page number if we have the same one?
I'm on page 30 of 550. This is 551.
Okay. My page 30 starts with Riley 8 something.
I'll just pull this one out.
Okay.
I'm looking at. That's okay?
Yeah, that works for me.
Just that she said she didn't know. Yes.
Yes.
And I'm referencing this first sentence up here.
Okay. Yeah, so without a specific timestamp on it, what it references here is me advising Irene I didn't know a current status on Riley.
Okay, you didn't tell her she's not being transported, correct?
Ooh, I don't know if at any point in time might have, but I believe I would have left that up to medical.
Okay. And you would have probably documented that in your report had you told her, correct?
See, here's the thing with that is that we try to summarize the best of our abilities. However, body-worn camera is the best reference when it comes to specific quotations.
Okay. And you talked about the medical history of Riley with Irene, correct?
A few different times, yep.
Okay. And she showed you those videos?
Yes, I don't recall specifically which ones when were shown to me, I guess, because she did upload them too, and so they were reviewed multiple times. But yes, I have seen those videos.
Okay. You testified that at 10:55, Irene was notified that Riley had passed.
Yes, that would be per the timestamp on my body camera.
Okay. So were you standing with Irene when the Rockford personnel came over?
I was standing nearby. Yes, we were at the front of, I believe, a silver pickup in her driveway.
And you made mention that it was important to you at 10:57, Irene had a text message from her phone about Riley passing away, correct?
Yes, that is what I testified to before.
Okay. And you continued to investigate to see who that other person was on the other line, correct?
Either myself or another detective.
You found out that it was Holden, is that correct?
I would have to reference all the text messages to confirm.
Okay. Would it surprise you that that message was to Holden?
I guess in my line of work, I don't know if I'd use the word surprise very often anyway. So I don't know exactly what you mean by surprise.
You know who Holden is, correct?
Absolutely.
Who's Holden to Irene?
It's my understanding they are or were dating.
Okay. They were living together at that house?
Yes.
That was his truck that you just referenced in the driveway, correct?
That I don't know. I'd have to run the plate to confirm.
Okay. So 2 minutes after she's told that her daughter had just deceased, she's texting the person that she's living with.
Once
correct?
again, I would need to confirm who the recipient of that text was.
Would you
by
like to
looking
refresh
at
your
the
recollection
records.
with your report?
Do you have the records for those? No, I have them somewhere in here, but it's a ways.
I may have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. You have it. I know it's somewhere. I'll move on, Your Honor. I'll ask Mr. Safety if he can find it.
I believe I might have actually located it
Oh,
for
okay.
you. If that's, you want to look at it to confirm it? No?
If it refreshes your recollection.
Yeah, so it was a group message that it was sent to. The quote of the message is, Riley had an episode today and passed away. That was sent at 10:57. Of the ones that are documented in there, there's a Trina, a Kelvin that responded. I would have to look specifically at the phone numbers of everybody in the group message, so I don't know if Holden was included.
Okay. So it's a group message.
Yes.
Got it. In your report after Irene was notified that Riley had passed, you recall her putting her head down and covering her face?
Yes.
And she was with her mother and another woman. Do you remember that?
Again, the time frame of when people showed up it varies, but I
Sure.
believe there was another female around.
Okay. But you remember Irene putting her hands in her face and putting her head down?
Her head in her hands.
Okay. Do you recall Irene asking to see Riley after she was told that Riley had deceased?
Again, I would have to refresh my memory with a body cam.
Okay. At this point, you stepped away to talk to other detectives, and your report mentions SROs at Cedar Springs. What are SROs?
School resource officers, they are assigned deputies to various schools around Kent County.
So they were coming to the scene?
No.
Why were you having conversations with school resource officers?
It was our understanding there were other children that resided in the residence, and our policy is to contact the school resource officer wherever the children involved in incidents like this are
Okay.
attending.
And that the VA and CSU were on the way. VA is a what?
Victim advocates that are volunteers through our department.
Through the Kent County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Got it. And the CSUs
Our crime scene unit?
also through your department?
Yes.
And we heard earlier that Deputy Jordan was starting the death form.
He very well could have been. I'm not sure.
The medical examiner investigator arrived to the scene, Elizabeth
Yes.
Brown, and you talked with her.
We interacted at various points in time. Yeah, I don't remember specifically what we spoke about when she first arrived.
Was that on your body camera or recorded in some fashion?
I believe it would have been.
Did you provide her information about the state of the investigation?
I just want to make sure I'm not confusing myself with somebody else providing her info.
Sure.
So being the lead detective on scene, a lot of information is flowing between parties very quickly. So I very well could have updated her on it, but I also would have expected any other detective that spoke to her to update her as well.
And these are things that you guys are finding, that statements that are being made, you're telling to the medical examiner and investigator?
Statements, observations.
Deputy Jordan testified earlier that he recalled coming over to you and Irene and the three of you having a conversation. You recall that?
I do remember Deputy Jordan being there on scene and speaking with us.
Were you providing that information, or was Irene giving information?
That's again one of those things that referencing the body camera, because information is flying so fast on those scenes.
With you, Irene, she signed consents to search her phone, correct?
Yes.
Her residence, correct?
Yes.
You provided her the link to upload her videos, which she did, correct?
Yes, it's a text message portal that she received.
She gave the children's doctor's information, correct?
Not in its entirety.
She told you where she had been the previous day with Riley, correct?
Yes.
She signed consents and releases for her children's information, correct?
Not in their entirety.
Were you providing her the releases to sign?
The documents themselves?
Correct.
Yes. I'm trying to figure out how to best explain this. They are forms created by the sheriff's office that are consent forms. There are items that need to be filled in, and so they were filled in either with her presence or explained to her, provided to her once filled in, because they can be kind of confusing.
Are these physical pieces of paper, or is it on a tablet of some
Physical.
sort? I know you have testified that you talked to Irene several times that day. By my count, on that day, there were 4 different times, at least, that you talked to Irene. Does that sound about right, kind of getting that information from her?
Again, with scenes like this, it can be as brief as an interaction of, hi, I have a quick question, to we need to chat for a half hour. So I can't really differentiate 4 different times.
But she talked to you about the day prior, on September the 2nd, correct?
She recapped what occurred the day prior.
And her observations of what happened the day prior, correct?
She walked me through a timeline of the day prior.
And the day prior, her mother was with her as well, correct, when they went to the hospital?
She had mentioned that her mother was with her. When specifically, I believe it was after the incident began to occur, but again, that would be something I need to reference, especially.
Yeah, I guess my
timeline-wise.
question was, Irene wasn't alone when she went to the hospital with Riley on September the 2nd.
According to her account, no, she was not alone.
You talked about the various medical issues that Irene advised you of with Riley, correct?
Again, that's hard to narrow down to just a quick question like that. She discussed multiple medical issues, but the descriptions of various medical issues varied by detective. So yes, at different points in time, I followed up quite frequently, or at least specifically about certain medical issues she disclosed to other detectives, but denied to me.
So she talked to you about medical issues of her daughter, Riley, correct?
At various points in time.
Okay. And you were aware that Irene was the one that called 911, correct? On September the 3rd?
I don't recall when I found out, but eventually, yes, during the course of this investigation.
And you also found out that she had attempted CPR, correct?
Again, it's hard to say attempted CPR. Your definition of CPR and mine might be very different, being medically trained to do CPR. So as the deputies kind of explained, there are varying levels of ability. But per their testimony, yes, I found out through the course of the investigation that some form of it was attempted.
Okay, so today when you heard the testimony, that wasn't the first time that you heard the testimony that Irene was doing some sort of CPR, whether or not it's up to your standard or your level. That wasn't the first time that you heard it today.
I have read it previously in reports.
Okay. In your report, you mentioned that you allowed Irene and victim advocates to connect at that time. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't know a time frame of it. I do recall victim advocates being on scene.
Did you tell Irene that those victim advocates were through a department at the Kent County Sheriff's Department?
Honestly, I don't recall that. That might be on my body cam.
Okay. At one point, you were requested by Sergeant Potts to re-interview Irene in a vehicle with Detective Vickery. Do you recall that?
Yes, it was raining.
Okay. How long were you in your vehicle interviewing Irene?
I have to reference the body cam.
And again, you went over the details in great specifics about September the 2nd and September the 3rd, correct?
I requested a timeline, yes.
Okay. And you were allowing her to look at her phone for timestamps, correct?
I recall she had her phone. I believe she was helping us try to determine when the videos were taken, yes.
And during the course of your investigation for September the 2nd, when she took Riley to DeVos, we talked a little bit about this, that her mother was with her. You later confirmed that through the course of your investigation that her mother was at DeVos, correct?
I believe her mother had told us something about being there.
And they stopped and got a bug juice and gas, correct?
Yes, that portion of follow-up for the investigation I did not complete, but I believe we assigned another detective to do so.
And you talked about putting stickers on Riley's chest. Do you recall that?
That sounds familiar.
And that there was a follow-up appointment on September the 18th.
There was reference to another appointment.
You confirmed that there was an appointment made for September the 18th for Riley to go back, correct?
There's multiple medical records. I'm trying to remember exactly.
Sure.
I don't know if I ever actually found a confirmation of any sort, or if there was one. If there was, it might have been a text confirmation or something along those lines.
Okay. You guys looked at her Life 360 application to see when she returned home on September the 2nd. Do you recall that?
I believe she did. Yeah, she might have shown us or mentioned this is the time I show being at home.
You talked about the potential of a doorbell camera or a Ring camera. I'm not sure if it was a Ring, but some sort of a doorbell camera.
It's not a Ring, but it is a doorbell camera, yes.
Okay. Was Irene able to pull up any of the videos from the doorbell camera?
No.
You were able to do that.
Oops, I'm sorry. I don't know if she was able to or not. We didn't.
But later you were able to look at doorbell camera footage, correct?
I obtained a search warrant to obtain video footage.
And you looked at that footage, didn't you?
Yes.
You then went over in detail again on about September the 3rd and kind of the timeline, right?
Yes.
and the stops that Irene had made that morning with both Riley and her other children, correct?
Yes.
Dropping the older kids off at school, stopping at the bank, stopping at Walmart, correct?
Not in that order, but yes.
Not in that order. And you went and confirmed all of those things, correct? By
Not-
pulling out,
Not me specifically.
you didn't pull out video of the bank?
Not me specifically.
Did you watch the video of the bank?
I don't recall seeing video of the bank.
Did you pull the footage from the Walmart?
I remember seeing video footage from Walmart. It was not obtained by me.
And again, I'm sure as the lead detective, a bunch of people are working on this all together,
Yes.
and then you're putting your eyes on it as well, correct?
Yes.
And then you talked about the breathing incident as Irene described it to you. And then, again, made sure she had that link so she could upload those videos that we watched this morning, correct?
On the 3rd?
Yes.
Yes.
So she has her phone with you and kind of going through the timestamps. You ask, hey, can I have your phone and search it? Is that right?
We asked for consent to do an extraction of her device.
And she said yes.
Yes.
She gave you her passcode, correct?
I believe she did.
And then there's a search of the house, and there was some language that I didn't understand. There was a thorough scan of the residence. What does thorough stand for?
It's a fantastic question. That would be for our crime scene unit.
Okay. So it's those CSUs that have some sort of scan that they're able to.
I defer most of the science stuff to them, so yes.
Okay. And when you were talking about being an advocate and getting things for your investigation, is that one of those things that you have to advocate for the thorough scans?
I guess it would be hard to say no because it's a request that we make. But
Did you make that request for the thorough scan?
Oh boy. Again, I don't know. I don't know if it was me or one of my supervisors or another detective on scene.
And you were part of that search warrant of the house at 314, 341 Allen.
Yes, I did not type it. I was executing it.
There were certain items that were taken out of the house that morning?
Yes.
And including, I saw there was a safe, and Irene told you where the key was and gave you the key. Is that correct?
I think there were a couple of safes in the house. I believe she was trying to help us access them so they wouldn't have to be broken.
Okay. You mentioned in your report there was a whiteboard with some words written on it in the house. You recall
Yes.
that? Congenital heart defect / hole in heart's inner wall. You recall that?
That sounds accurate. I'd want to view the picture to confirm.
Okay. The medical examiner investigator, Elizabeth Brown, was then introduced to Irene. Is that accurate? Do you recall introducing the medical examiner investigator to Irene?
That is common practice, so it wouldn't surprise me if I did.
Your report mentions that you then called in an update to CPS
Later in the shift.
after you got back to the bureau.
I recall being at my desk, so I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure. It might have been on the car ride.
Okay. Was that recorded?
No. Unless CPS might record those. I honestly don't know.
Okay. But you weren't using your body camera or
No.
recording it in some other fashion?
Nope.
In your experience in family services and working with CPS, you stayed in contact with them throughout the investigation, correct?
I did.
And you are aware that there was a safety plan for the older children, Remington and Katina?
I believe there might have been a couple of safety plans.
They first went with Irene's brother and then went to their respective biological fathers, correct?
It very well could have been.
Were you aware that Irene was cooperative and signed those releases and those safety plans?
I believe I was told that she might have, but I honestly don't know the level of cooperation that was occurring there. I didn't go out with CPS.
Sure. And you're aware, both in this case and in other CPS cases, that a petition was filed in court?
I remember being asked for details to file a petition. I cannot give you the standing on it. I've also been subpoenaed for that aspect, but I don't know where they are at with all of that.
You attended those court hearings, correct?
I did twice, I believe. 2 or 3.
Were those in person or virtual?
I was in person. I don't know if I don't believe everybody was.
Irene had an attorney with her, correct?
I'm trying to remember all of them. I recall the most recent one she did, yes.
Do you recall her giving information to you about Tom Siver?
Yes.
Okay.
Via email at some point.
Okay. I had that as September the 17th, so where she provided the name, his law firm, and his phone number, either in an email or text. Does that sound familiar?
That sounds accurate. Mm-hmm.
You never called him on the 17th, correct?
He had called me, but I don't recall the date.
You guys spoke on the phone?
Briefly.
Would that have been recorded?
I believe he called my cell phone, so no, I didn't have a recording capability at the time.
Long conversation, short conversation?
It depends on your definition, I guess.
More than a minute?
I believe so. He was telling me his background about relationships with our sheriff.
Okay. And on the 17th, when Irene provided you Mr. Siver's information, you and Detective Goring had wanted to meet with her, correct? And she said, no, I can't. You have to go through my attorney.
I remember requesting to speak with her to clarify a couple of things. I don't recall if it was specifically with Detective Goring and I, but I believe it was one of those, we wanted to clarify some of the information we were finding.
And she said she couldn't, and you had to go through her attorney.
She provided me with her attorney's information, yes.
And in this course of your investigation, obviously we've talked about the 553 pages.
Yes.
You began gathering other additional information, right? You talked a little bit about it earlier.
Fair to say.
Fair to say, okay. And you looked at the other Kent County Sheriff officer reports that were testified to about this morning, correct?
Yes, at one point I have read them.
Okay. I asked, maybe you can help me with this part. I asked Logan Copion about the CAD description and the charges because I saw your name listed on that report, even though it was a 2021 or 2020 report.
Yes, there's some confusion on what CAD is.
Okay. Can you help me understand?
Absolutely. So I don't know what version of the report you're looking at. You likely got 2 different variations. One of them includes what we call CAD notes, which are dispatch notes. So, for example, if it was Katina's case, it would be like 6-month-old not breathing, caller says unresponsive, things like that, that dispatch puts onto the screen for us to respond to.
Okay.
What I think you might be referring to are the involvement screens and offense codes listed in those reports. That is our reporting system. So if I have a hand in other police reports, let's say Detective Goring's police report, I'll add myself as a detective involvement, and that's eventually how we get subpoenaed for court, is by listing ourselves as involvement.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor, just to make sure that I'm on the same page with her? This is nice. I just want to make sure I
Yeah,
understand
absolutely.
it correctly.
So yes, these, where it says like the titles of each one, these are just the involvement screens.
Okay.
So even if I open a report, I mean, I've got cold cases, my
Mhm.
name is listed in them as involvements.
Okay. And so who then, the description, the attempted homicide, was that you that put that in?
I believe so. Is that the header on it, maybe?
It's just called description, and then, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So I was looking at this one right here.
Yep. Yeah, that would have been something I would have added after the fact.
Okay. So you pulled up this report in part of your investigation, and you added the attempted homicide description.
Yes, it would have been late into the investigation, around the time we were submitting reports for prosecutor review.
Okay. On September the 4th, you went back to Irene's house with, this time, Detective Vanderbent to talk to Irene again. Do you recall that? To get more details?
We went to Genny's house.
Oh. And Genny is Irene's mother?
Correct.
Okay. So you went to Genny's house to talk to Irene?
Yes.
And again, asking her more details about the medical history of Riley, correct?
Trying to get a good understanding.
Okay. And she talked to you about that, her positive test for parainfluenza in 2023?
Again, that sounds very familiar. I would have to look to know when we spoke about each one of these medical.
Okay. And again, part of your investigation is she's giving you pieces of information and you're going out and trying to confirm or not confirm something.
Ultimately, fact find as much as possible.
Perfect. Talked about the sleep studies in July for Riley.
At some point in time, she did mention sleep studies.
Talked about the ambulance ride from Wayland.
I also recall that. I'm trying to remember if that was that specific conversation.
But you remember the discussion?
Yes, at some point there was a discussion about a Wayland ambulance ride for Riley.
Irene asked you for any updates on the case and provided you a new phone number. Is that right?
That sounds like it could be accurate, yeah.
As part of your investigation, you not only met with and talked with the medical examiner investigator Elizabeth Brown, you also talked with Dr. Stark, correct?
Yes, at various points in time. I attended the autopsy. Riley's autopsy.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
But on November the 4th, you talked to, your report indicates you talked to the medical examiner on November the 4th. Do you recall that?
I recall having a phone call with him. I don't know the specific date, so if that's what's documented, then I would say that's accurate.
And that he was going to refrain from releasing the report until advised by you to release it, correct?
Yes.
But the report, as we heard this morning, was completed at the end of October, correct?
Correct. Well, that's my understanding.
Was that call recorded?
No.
Were any of the calls that you had with the medical examiner recorded?
No.
On November the 14th, you texted Irene and said the case was closed, correct?
No.
You didn't text her and say, hi, I wanted to let you know that we've officially closed the case?
Absolutely not.
Did you see that on her phone from you?
Did I? Wait, hold on, what? Sorry.
When you were reviewing her phone records, did you see on November the 14th, because it's in your report that you documented, hi, I wanted to let you know we've officially closed the case. I'm truly sorry for your loss and everything you and your family have had to go through during this process.
Yes, I am familiar with that text, if I can explain how I'm familiar with that.
Did you send that text?
No.
Who sent that text?
I don't know. Not me.
That was not you.
It was a fabricated image, is my understanding.
A fabricated image. Did you have an expert that looked at that message and see that it was fabricated?
Not at this time. We were trying. He's been a little bit busy. We've been a little bit bogged down.
That's okay. You don't have a report that says it was a fabricated image? I haven't
Not at
seen
this
that.
time.
Okay.
Nope. But it was not a text that I sent.
Okay.
And it did not, there was no text originating from my phone that was sent to her like that.
You and Irene had been texting, correct?
Yes. There are multiple text messages that originated from my device from me to Irene and vice versa. However, that text was not one that I sent.
Okay.
And it was,
You're saying you didn't send it, but you guys had been texting and communicating.
yeah, we had communicated throughout the case.
The next thing I saw you do on November the 18th, you placed a GPS warrant on that truck, the silver truck.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't personally place the GPS.
You got the permission from the court to do that?
Yes, I swore to a search warrant.
Okay. And you saw the vehicle on September the 3rd in the driveway. You talked about standing near it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like you ran that plate and it came back to Holden, correct?
I may have. I believe it could have.
And you mentioned on the 19th, 22nd, and 24th some quote-unquote notable movements. Do you recall that?
Of November?
Correct.
I believe those are moments that I documented in my report, if that's what you're referencing?
Yes.
Yes.
Notable movements going to the Corwell Urgent Care?
Yes, on 10 Mile, I believe.
Notable movements of going to the Meyer in Cedar Springs on November the 22nd?
I recall that as well.
And November the 24th, another notable event going to the Meyer in Cedar Springs, correct?
I believe she frequented my area.
Did you ask as part of your investigation for video footage from those various locations?
From the 17 Mile Meyer.
Okay. Confirm that that's where she went? She went inside the Meyer?
Yes. I'm trying to recall if I got both dates or just one initially, but I think eventually we got both.
Okay. You also, did you swear for the search warrant to the house and for Irene as well?
Yes. I'm sorry, the second search warrant for the house, not the first one.
Yep, not the one on the 3rd?
Correct.
But there was consent for that one, right?
We also obtained a search warrant that day.
Got it.
But it wasn't by me.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. On November the 25th, that's the day of the interview with Irene, correct?
Yes.
And you initially had texted with Irene saying that you had to go on vacation and could you meet with her?
Yes.
Were you actually going on vacation or was that untruthful?
I had a day off coming up.
When did you have a day off coming up?
The Friday.
What day of the week was this?
Tuesday. Actually, hold on. That was Thanksgiving week. So I believe we were all forced to be off Thursday. I don't know about Wednesday.
Okay.
But Thursday, Friday.
And that's what you consider a vacation?
It's a long weekend.
Okay. And she advised you that she couldn't come in to meet with you, correct?
Initially, she said that she was going to.
Okay. And then did she say she couldn't?
Eventually, she said no.
Okay. So your report goes on to say that due to the no additional contact, you went to Irene's house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But it wasn't just you, correct?
No, we had a team.
Okay, so it's you, Detective Goring, correct?
Yes, I'm going to try to remember everybody that was
I think
there.
I got everybody. Saldino,
That
Digraph,
sounds right. Yep.
Stanton, Poirier, excuse me.
It's all good.
Does that sound about right?
Yes, Sergeant Potts was there at some point. I don't believe he was on the initial contact team. I believe Deputy Puckett might have been there as well. There were multiple people involved.
A lot of cars that showed up at the address.
Yeah.
Fair to say?
Absolutely.
Were you in a Kent County vehicle or a detective unmarked vehicle?
Unmarked.
There was also drones that were used, right?
I remember we requested them. I cannot recall seeing a video, if I remember correctly. They might have been up. Again, weather plays a huge factor in with drones, so.
Sure. Would it surprise you if I tell you I watched the drone video?
No, so that it might exist.
Okay. So there were both marked cars and unmarked cars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With the drone taking footage of it, correct?
I believe the drone was up for surveillance prior. I don't know if it captured all of it. If it did, then yes.
And you said you had to request that?
It's not like a formal request. It's part of just communicating with our teammates.
Sure. And it sounds like you get to the residence and Detective Goring was the one that knocked on the door and first made contact. Is that right?
No, he knocked on the door and then stepped aside so I could make contact.
But Irene answered the door?
Yes.
And you guys asked if you could come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And she allowed you?
Yeah.
And Genny was there, correct?
Yes.
Holden was there, correct?
Yes.
And you advised her that we needed to have a conversation and that we were going to step outside, correct?
Again, I'd have to watch my body cam for the specific verbiage, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. Did you advise her that she was going down to the Detective Bureau that day?
That day, yes. At some point, I believe we did advise her that she would, whether it was myself or somebody else, that she was going to our office to have a conversation. I don't remember specifically when.
Sure. She gets brought outside. She doesn't have shoes on, correct?
Yes, I went and grabbed her shoes from her bedroom.
She asked about her phone, correct?
Not to me. I believe that might have been to either a deputy or to Detective Goring, but it was arranged that we obtained her device, yes, upon her request.
Sure, and I appreciate that. She wasn't allowed to call her attorney, correct?
In terms of with that device?
When she's asked to step outside and goes outside and asks for her phone, she wasn't allowed to call her attorney, correct?
I can't say that because I don't recall that question of, hey, can I call somebody ever being addressed.
But
Or
she did
asked.
ask.
No.
She did ask for her phone.
She asked for her phone to
Okay.
be obtained from the house along with, I believe it was her glasses and, like I said, the shoes that Holden told us were the right ones.
You certainly didn't call Mr. Cyber, correct?
No.
I saw watching the footage from the drones that Irene standing outside the house is searched.
Yes.
Is she put in handcuffs?
I don't believe we did. No.
And your testimony earlier today was that she was then placed inside of a marked vehicle and transported down to the detective's bureau.
Correct. I believe it was Deputy Poyer who drove and transported.
And Deputy Poyer never made mention to you that Irene was able to use her phone and call her attorney.
I don't think he mentioned anything happened in the car ride.
Okay.
I think he tried to tell a couple jokes and they didn't land, so.
So Irene's going down to being transported, in your words, transported down to the detective bureau, and you then end up in that interview room that we just saw with the exhibits 3 through 9, correct?
Yes.
Doors closed, I saw in the videos, correct?
Initially, I think we left it open. Detective Goring and I had some things that we had to figure out just logistically with items that we were carrying.
Sure.
So at various points in time it was open, but it is a door that was shut for the majority of the interview, I'd say.
Okay. And I know you testified that the interview was about 5.5 hours long. I had it transcribed and it was about 6.5 hours long, maybe even 6 hours and 50 minutes. Is that the entire time?
It depends on what video you got transcribed. So we have to start the interview room videos prior to us showing up so it captures everything, as well as body cam would have been on from our contact. So it could, maybe. I honestly don't know. I'd have to look at the videos to determine exactly how long.
Okay. It looks like from the one that I transcribed, it starts at about minute 13, and then it ends at about hour 6 in 50 minutes. Does that sound about accurate to you?
It could. It also depends on how long it took us to shut the videos off after she had left the room. So it doesn't mean the interview was going on for that long.
I'm just flipping through just to see. So mine ends at 6 hours 6 with 50 minutes and 14 seconds. The last word is said okay. That's what I had transcribed. Does that sound about right? I know you said 5.5 hours. But
Yeah, I honestly don't know. Without looking at the transcription and both videos, I couldn't give you an accurate read.
it's a long interview. Fair?
Yeah.
I know we talked about quotation marks, and we watched the video with Detective Goring talking about rights. In your report under to identify Miranda, Miranda is kind of, and I'll just say it's the lesser than and greater than sign around the word Miranda. Is there a reason for that? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Position.
Oh, I think I just wanted to make a distinction of that's the location of Miranda in my report.
Got it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, it's more just it's a 554-page report to make it a little bit easier for all of us to find.
I appreciate that. So that was important enough that you wanted to make sure that that was distinctive.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
Absolutely.
There's talk of, in that report, that your bosses reviewed these incidents and wanted to get some more information from Irene. Who are those bosses?
Oh, I have multiple bosses.
Who were the bosses that asked you to bring Irene and transport her down to the detective bureau?
I think it was more of a group decision.
Okay.
It's not necessarily one individual.
So when you said the word bosses, that's your way of saying a group decision?
Yes and no. I mean, it's hard to really explain unless you've been in our shoes how to run an investigation and how that works as a team and with varying levels of supervision.
Sure.
And so even if I ask one boss, like, hey, do I have permission to do X, Y, and Z? That could mean just him giving me permission all the way up to the sheriff giving me permission to them giving us a different idea and it coming back. So I can't say distinctly, like, this is the one decision that this person made.
Okay, so your words, bosses, that's just multiple people that you're
Yes.
working on a group decision.
Yes.
And you talked with Irene about, you know how it works on TV, you've seen this a million times, we just want to get a better understanding and have you have the opportunity to ask questions. I know I'm paraphrasing, it's been introduced as an exhibit, but that's essentially the conversation that was happening.
More so from Detective Goring than myself.
Sure. I'm just saying what we saw on the exhibit. And one of the first things that happened was Irene was asked to make a written statement. Correct?
We did request she complete a written statement.
And you gave her time to complete that written statement, correct?
Detective Gordon and I stepped out of the room to allow her time.
Okay. You had the chance to review that statement?
In the moment, it was a little bit difficult doing two things at once in terms of interviewing and reviewing, so I wouldn't say in detail. Since then, I've been able to skim it.
She has to go to the bathroom. You went to the bathroom with her to watch her, correct? Not watch her, go to the bathroom, but you went into the bathroom area with her.
Yes.
And then you started having the discussion about what happened on September the 2nd, September the 3rd, medical histories of all of the children, correct?
It's a very brief summarization of about 2.5 hours, yes.
At hour 3:27, Irene was given a portion of the medical examination report that Dr. Stark testified to about today, where asphyxiation, cause of death, suffocation, or smothering could not be excluded. You recall that?
I believe Detective Goring provided that to her, yes.
You didn't provide her the entire medical examination report, correct?
I don't recall if it was stapled to it, but we specifically flipped to that page.
And it was highlighted, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. You didn't tell her that Riley had tested positive for rhinovirus, correct?
No.
You didn't tell her that Riley had tested positive for parainfluenza, correct?
We discussed parainfluenza before because we were talking about like the actual incident. I think it was like 23 that she had it.
I'm talking about in the medical examination report. That
No.
was, okay. And you didn't talk to her about Haemophilus influenza in her lungs, correct?
Probably could not even pronounce that.
I had trouble myself. You started talking to Riley about, we know you just wanted to protect, you were talking to Irene about, we know you wanted just to protect Riley, maybe end her suffering. Do you recall that at about 3 hours and 35 minutes?
Yes.
After that, you then brought up Remington's forensic interview. You recall that?
I don't want to say yes to after that because I'm not quite sure the
Sure.
exact
You
order
recall
of
talking
everything.
to Irene about
Yes.
that. Something along the lines of Remington thinks it's her fault that this happened.
That conversation did occur.
Was it at that point that the Irene's version of events changed?
They changed multiple times throughout the interview, so I guess can you be more specific about that?
Probably about 3 or 4 times, correct?
Oh boy, I would have to count.
Okay. At the 4 hour and 48 minute mark, you talk about being at that autopsy.
I did tell Irene about being at the autopsy of Riley.
And what you said was, funny thing about how this case comes to happen, right? That's why we're sitting
Objection,
here.
Your Honor, this is hearsay. Defense counsel's reading hearsay into the record.
Do you recall talking about that it was a funny thing that you were at the autopsy?
If I used the word funny, it would have been as a filler word.
You talked to her about her daughter being dissected on an autopsy table. Do you recall that?
I described details of what I witnessed at the autopsy to Irene, with no emotional effect ever being witnessed in her.
You said there was no emotional, what was that? Sorry?
Affect of her.
Okay. So you're talking about her, Riley's lungs and brain and heart and all of these different organs that you saw to Irene, correct?
Yes, I described what I witnessed at autopsy of Riley.
So you didn't think it was a funny thing. That was just a filler word that you decided to use?
Yes.
You recall telling Irene that there was nothing in Riley's lungs?
It could have been, I'm trying to remember the specific words.
You saw today that Dr. Stark said there was fluid in her lungs, correct?
Yes, I'm not a doctor.
You then had a conversation with Irene about the incident in Wayland, correct? And I guess I'll just say, you had a conversation with Irene about the incident in Wayland?
We discussed, I believe the one in the store is the one you're referring to.
Yes.
Yes.
And you told Irene, do you recall telling Irene that was a nice touch because
Yes.
it was done in public?
Yes.
And Irene, you confirmed that Riley went to the hospital that day from Wayland?
Yes, I'm trying to recall what hospital, but yes.
During the course of your investigation, you heard about a breathing episode that happened in July, correct? That Riley had?
I guess I would need more context to that. There's a lot of breathing episodes.
They were in a vehicle. There were multiple adults in the vehicle that all witnessed the breathing episode.
There was reference to an episode like that, yes.
And you talked to the other adults that were in that vehicle, correct?
I did not.
Someone did, correct?
Other detectives were tasked with other interviews that I was not a part of.
Did any one of those adults say Irene stuffed a bag down her throat first and then she started having a breathing episode?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Are you aware of Irene putting a bag in that car over Riley's mouth?
Are you talking about on the ride, wherever they're in the vehicle together? Was she actively placing a bag over her mouth?
Correct.
I have no information on that.
Thank you. At the end of the interview, Irene asked for her phone again, correct?
Asked for her phone again to have in her possession. I honestly do not recall that.
To make a phone call.
I remember we offered, collectively, one of our teammates offered to allow her to make a phone call. I don't remember if that was instigated by her asking for it.
That was another detective that was at the bureau at the end of the investigation?
I believe
Or the
it's
interview.
Lieutenant Thomas that sat in with her offering to make a phone call.
The day after, on November the 26th, you spoke to Dr. Start and Medical Examiner Brown
Yes.
and talked about what happened during the interview on November the 25th, correct?
I advised them of the updates in our investigation.
Was that phone call recorded?
No.
And I just wanted to circle back. I think you said this earlier about looking for an appointment. I have in my notes that Irene was asking for an appointment for Katina on September the 8th at Pediatric Gastroenterology. That was in her phone. Was that the appointment you were talking about?
I remember seeing a few different texts for various appointments. I can't distinguish which ones were which.
Fair enough.
But I recall something along asking for some appointment information for, I believe it was one of the fathers maybe needed it.
Okay. Your report also mentions that you have been in contact with a Dr. Sarah Brown from Bronson Hospital
Yes.
For a professional opinion.
Yes.
Are any of those conversations recorded?
No.
When you were working to get the GPS tracker, that warrant, so you could swear it in, part of that was you were looking at flock or using a flock system?
That would make sense, yes.
Is that something that you have to apply for or get approval for?
I don't know if it's a licensing thing through our department for user permissions. That would be above my pay grade.
You were able to access the system.
It's an investigative tool that we have access to.
And so that's just kind of getting onto your computer or workstation and you're able to connect to the flock system?
Yes.
And just because I'm not that familiar with it, are these cameras that are pointed in various spots throughout Kent County, or?
I think it might be a nationwide program, but I, again, don't know much more than the investigative tool aspect of it.
You were able to see on September the 2nd, Irene and Riley getting items out of the truck using the flock system.
No. No, that would not be accurate. I think you're referring to the camera system on the trailer. That would have been the only way I could see them removing items. Did I reference flock as opposed to the other camera?
It was with the GPS tracking information and using the flock system. So you don't recall ever using the flock system to look at?
Flock is for license plate readers. It's not going to have...
That's why I was surprised. I didn't know.
So I must have referenced the wrong camera. I apologize.
That's okay. When Irene was transported down to the department for questioning, there was another search of the house conducted?
Yes.
With additional photographs taken?
Yes.
Was it another Faro scan or was it some other?
I remember the discussion requesting a Faro scan to be completed. I haven't looked for it myself. I imagine one was completed.
When talking to witnesses, I'm almost done, I promise.
No, you're good.
When talking to witnesses, you have used a questionnaire that you would send to some witnesses.
Yeah.
Is that a department issued questionnaire?
Nope.
You said no?
No.
Is that something that you created?
No.
Where did you get the questionnaire?
The FBI.
The FBI, okay. So you're sending it to adult witnesses that you're talking to throughout the investigation?
Yes, a few of them.
May I approach, Your Honor? I just want to confirm. Again, just to make sure that I'm understanding it, is this the questionnaire that you used?
Yeah, I want to make sure you have the right. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Part of your investigation, either yourself or other detectives covertly recorded parenting visits that Irene had with Remington and Katina?
Correct.
And also part of the investigation is you covertly recorded the funeral of Riley, correct?
Correct.
And these garbage bags that you saw on the body cameras, you said those were just garbage bags in the actual garbage bin?
No, there was yes, they were in a bin outside the house. I believe there were some in various trash cans inside the house. And then there was a box of them on a shelf, like an open box, if I recall correctly, but I'd want to look at the video and pictures to confirm.
When you were reviewing the doorbell camera, did you review it from September the 3rd? I saw notes from September the 2nd, but not from September the 3rd.
That camera only is activated if the doorbell is rung.
Understood.
So
Okay.
I reviewed all the video provided to me, but it doesn't encapsulate the entire 2 days.
Got it. So that's why September the 2nd, someone must have rang the doorbell.
The kids seem to like to play ding dong ditch.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Kelly. Ms. Bartlett, any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Sounds like you did a very thorough investigation of the homicide of 2 children, correct?
Yes.
And there were 2 other children still alive at risk. Is that fair?
Yes.
There was some question about this fabricated text message. Can you explain to me how you know that was a fabricated text message?
Yes. In the course of the second round of searches at the residence, as well as the search of Miss Whitehead, we obtained her cellular device for a second time. Unfortunately, due to the update on it, and our expert would have to go into it more, we weren't able to extract the data from that device. So instead, we did a manual review of the device itself. During the manual review, I located a picture of a text strand that appeared to be between Miss Whitehead and myself being sent to her mother, Genny, through Facebook. That text strand included an additional word bubble that indicated what was said about the case is closed, I'm sorry for your loss, I'm sorry for your family, everything you've gone through. I, first of all, know I never sent that text message. But I also, just to reiterate the fact that it was never sent by me, went to Miss Whitehead's original text strand between the two of us, and that text also does not exist in her actual text strand. So it doesn't exist in any form in the legitimate text strand between the two of us. Additionally, the screenshot, I'm assuming it's a screenshot, of the text strand that was sent to the mother, the bubble size is different than what is standard in the rest of the text. The text is different and the color all appears different too. So that's why I said I believe it's fabricated, but yes, we would need an expert to confirm.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly, do you have any recross regarding that one question?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you.
People have no further witnesses or preliminary hearing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Early. Ms. Kelly, do you wish to present any evidence on behalf of the
No, Your
defense?
Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are you going to present to the court argument?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll spare trying to paraphrase each witness's testimony here this morning and afternoon. There's clearly a few different elements that the people are tasked with showing the court, at least probable cause here, that these crimes existed and that Miss Whitehead committed them. I think it'll probably be easier if we just go one by one. I'll start with child abuse in the second degree related to Katina Whitehead, and that is case number D26 00139, at least as far as that it shows up in our system. Maybe just be 139. Anyway, as it relates to child abuse in the second degree, I don't believe that there is any dispute as to two of the elements, and that is elements 1 and 3. Element 1 is that the defendant is a parent of the child, Katina, and there's been ample evidence to support that element. Element 3 is that the children, all three of the children we've referenced here today, are less than 18 years old. And so element number 2, related to child abuse in the second degree, goes to the defendant's intent. The people need to show that she knowingly and or intentionally did an act likely to cause serious physical or mental harm to a child, regardless of whether such harm resulted. And as we speak specifically as to Katina Whitehead, on August 26th of 2020 specifically, the court heard about this incident from Deputy Copian, as well as Detective Birkland regarding the incidences surrounding Katina. Not only do we have the incident where we now know, based on her own admissions, that the defendant purposely put this blanket into her 6-month-old child's crib at the time in order to create a high risk of death or great bodily harm, or with the intention to kill. We also know that Katina was transported to the hospital that morning, and that several more instances similar to this occurred based on people's proposed exhibits 3 through, I believe, 9 would cover the interview that Ms. Bartlett admitted. So we believe that there's ample probable cause to bind over on child abuse in the second degree in that case. The next one I'd like to address would be felony murder, as well as child abuse in the first degree related to Leah Whitehead. The testimony in that, I'll start with the elements, Your Honor, and that's that the defendant caused the death of Leah Whitehead. We have, obviously, Dr. Starr's testimony as well as the autopsy reports. Again, I'm not going to paraphrase everything that Dr. Starr testified about, or the autopsies in front of Your Honor, but they clearly show several findings, as the defense pointed out. However, none of those were significant as it relates to Leo to substantiate a cause of death until after the admissions by the defendant, in which case Dr. Stark went back and amended his report to find the cause of death, asphyxiation, by smothering in a manner of death of homicide. The second element that the people need to prove for felony murder is that the defendant intended to kill, intended to do great bodily harm, less than murder, or did an act knowing that she was creating a high risk of death or great bodily harm. I don't know that at this point, Your Honor, that we haven't met a proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard as it relates to her intent, based on, again, the autopsy findings, the physical findings of Leo as a 2-month-old, but again, refer to exhibits 3 through 9 related to the several admissions that the defendant made regarding her intent to end Leo's life using multiple different methods before doing so when he was 2 months old. The third element is that she was committing child abuse in the first degree when she caused the death of Leo. Again, 2 of the elements, I believe, are not in dispute as to the parent and age elements. As it relates to intent for child abuse in the first degree, it's kind of nuanced, but there is a difference, and that is that the defendant knowingly or intentionally caused serious physical harm, not just did an act likely to cause, and that is the distinction between second degree and first degree. But again, I would point to her admissions in exhibits 3 through 9, previously admitted, frankly, confessing the intent to end the life of Leo at that young age. Sorry, Your Honor, and that is case number D2600140. And lastly, I'll address D2503486, and that is related to Riley Whitehead, who was 2 years old at the time her life ended. Again, same elements for felony murder, but that the defendant caused the death of Riley. Again, I'll refer to Dr. Start's testimony, the autopsy report of Riley, as well as exhibits 3 through 9 related to her admissions to law enforcement. Her intent to kill or do great bodily harm or create a high risk of death or great bodily harm. Not only the exhibits previously referenced, Your Honor, by me, but also the last 2 exhibits, 10 and 11, showing Riley in these states of distress, for lack of a better word. Frankly, and I'm sure the court had a better view than I could from where I was sitting, but Riley was essentially blue as her nightgown or pajamas that she was wearing on the day of her death when the defendant was intentionally trying to end her life. Again, the third element would be committing child abuse in the first degree, and I'll go back specifically to element number 2 of child abuse in the first degree, which is knowingly or intentionally doing so, causing this serious physical harm. Again, Your Honor, this was going on for months, if not years, as it relates to Riley. And we heard that there's even a motive, frankly, and that was because family members of the defendant were choosing to show love and affection to other children and not just apparently her favorite child. Your Honor, I realize that these are emotional cases and very serious cases, but I do believe that the people have shown, at a minimum, probable cause to believe that Irene Whitehead committed each of these crimes against each of these children, and we respectfully request bind over as charged. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Keller.
Thank you, Your Honor. As this court is well aware, the purpose of the preliminary examination is to determine whether a crime has been committed, and if so, whether there's probable cause to believe that Ms. Whitehead has committed those crimes. In looking at People v. Crippen, 242 Mishap, 278, 282, it's a 2000 case, the court's inquiry at the preliminary examination is not limited to whether the prosecution has presented sufficient evidence on each element of the offense, but extends to whether probable cause exists after an examination of the entire matter based on legally admissible evidence. Certainly, there's not a suppression motion in front of this court, but this court heard testimony regarding an interview that took place on November the 25th. This court heard testimony from Dr. Stark, who completed both medical examination reports where homicide asphyxiation was not ruled the cause of death. With young Leo, he had parainfluenza at 2 months old. And with Riley, there were additional issues, things in her lungs that Mr. Safey talked to Dr. Stark about. Really, this case hinges on that interview, that 6-hour and 50-minute interview, when these detectives knew that my client had an attorney, that she had provided his information to them. They go and they get her, they transport her to the detective bureau and have her sit for a 6-hour and 50-minute interview. She can't even go to the bathroom alone. That's where the case hinges from. And it's multiple different versions, and you heard on the people's own exhibits, the detective telling Irene, no, that's not right. You try again. And she's giving these different answers based on what they are asking her. Remington says it's her fault. She changes her answer. It's multiple times and trying to get the information that the detectives want, knowing that these detectives know she's represented by an attorney. And that's what this case hinges on. This court is the first line of defense in considering legally admissible evidence. I believe that interview was against her rights. I believe she wasn't properly advised. The court heard the Miranda. It's part of the exhibits. But they knew that she had an attorney. That's the problem. And she had said no multiple times to them, you have to contact my attorney. And that's where everything changes. Dr. Stark's not going to release the medical examination report until he hears from the Kent County Sheriff. We're going to try to get her in. We're going to go get her and transport her to the Detective Bureau. After that 6-hour and 50-minute interview, they call the doctor and say, guess what we got her to say? And then everything changes. And now we're talking homicides. Now we're talking child abuse. Because they were making her make statements to fit a theory in their mind. That's not legally admissible evidence. Can't have people that are represented by attorneys be forced to submit to a 6-hour and 50-minute interview. And again, those statements are so crucial because, again, everything changes. Dr. Stark changes his reports. He goes back to Leo, who had been deceased for over 5 years, and changes a report based on these statements. And I don't also want to go into everything that Dr. Stark was saying and all of his findings, but he certainly found some things in Riley's lungs. He certainly found some parainfluenza, both in Riley and in Leo. Those are not caused by a bag. Those are diseases that young children have. And as Dr. Stark said, sometimes kids can get over it and sometimes they die. And that's unfortunately what happened in this case. I don't think that probable cause has been met. I would ask the court not to bind over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The court's going to be in recess for just a short period of time and return The court is back in session regarding the preliminary examination concerning Miss Irene Whitehead. Miss Whitehead is before the court here today for preliminary examination regarding 3 separate cases where the people are required to present evidence to this court to establish probable cause that the crimes charged have been committed and probable cause to believe that those crimes occurred. The court has heard testimony here today that the defendant was interviewed at the Kent County Sheriff Department Detective Bureau on November 25, 2025. The court heard testimony that the defendant was read her Miranda rights and voluntarily agreed to submit to an interview and answer questions and gave a written statement. That testimony and the defendant's answers and admissions are properly before the court, and the court has received that testimony without objection and is legally admissible. In case number D2600140FY, the court heard testimony, accepts the testimony exhibits regarding 2-month-old Leonard Whitehead, male, date of birth July 22, 2021, date of death September 25, 2021, and that the death occurred at 2203 15 Mile Road, Algoma Township, Kent County, Michigan. The court heard testimony from Dr. Start, who testified, as supported by the autopsy report concerning Leonard Whitehead, exhibit number 1, that the cause of death was asphyxia by smothering, and the manner of death was by homicide. The defendant, through other testimony, was identified here in open court as the mother of Leonard Whitehead, who admitted, after being Mirandized on November 25, 2025, admitted, pursuant to a Mirandized interview, that Leo died the same way as Riley. Words to the fact that I held a blanket over his head. Words to the fact that my intention was for him to die. Words to the fact that she admitted killing Leonard. The court concludes that there is sufficient and or intentionally caused serious physical harm to Leonard Whitehead and did cause Leonard's death by homicide. So therefore, regarding case number D2600140FY, involving 2-month-old Leonard Whitehead, the court does find that there is probable cause and binds the defendant over on charges of homicide, felony murder, and child abuse in the first degree. In case number D2503486FY, the court heard testimony and accepts that testimony regarding 2-year-old Riley Whitehead, female, date of birth June 9, 2023, date of death 9/3/2025, which occurred at 341 South Allen Street, Cedar Springs, Michigan, Kent County, Michigan. And that Dr. Stark testified, and his testimony was supported by the autopsy report of Riley Whitehead, exhibit number 2, that the cause of death was asphyxia by smothering, and manner of death was by homicide. The defendant was identified here in open court concerning the death of Riley, and Ms. Whitehead, the mother, admitted, pursuant to a Mirandized interview, that she put a blue bag on Riley's mouth and held the bag there for a couple of minutes. She stated her intention was that 2-year-old Riley die. She admitted the killing. The court heard testimony from Deputy Eric Jordan, who testified that he thought it was strange that the defendant, Miss Whitehead, said she was recording her kids, or Riley, to better document what was happening for the doctors. And the court received exhibits number 10 and 11 and watched as a child was grasping for a breath of air and hanging on to life, and the mother is videotaping her child. The court concludes that there is sufficient evidence that the defendant, Mother Irene Whitehead, did knowingly and or intentionally cause serious physical harm to Riley Whitehead and did cause Riley's death by homicide. Regarding case number D25-03486-FY, involving 2-year-old Riley Whitehead, the court finds probable cause and binds this matter over on the charges of homicide, felony murder, and child abuse first degree. In case number D26-00139-FY, regarding Katina Whitehead, female, date of birth February 14, 2020, the court heard testimony regarding a August 26, 2020 episode where the Kent County Sheriff's Department and Township Fire Departments were dispatched to 2203 15 Mile Road, Algoma Township, Kent County, Michigan, to an infant not breathing. Miss Irene Whitehead stated that her baby was not breathing because her 6-month-old Katina was sleeping wrapped up in a blanket in her crib. The defendant admitted through an interview after being Mirandized that the night that Katina had a blanket in her crib around her head, it was her intent. She stated in so many words, "I wanted her to die." In the morning, Katina was still breathing a little. The defendant admitted during the interview that when she realized Katina was still breathing, words to the fact, "I was mad because Katina didn't die." Miss Irene Whitehead further admitted, "I kept putting Katina in the hospital knowing she was a healthy baby girl." And then finally, Miss Whitehead testified, "She created breathing episodes by putting my hand over her mouth." Words to the fact, "I wanted to kill her." The court is satisfied that there is sufficient evidence before the court to find probable cause and binds the defendant over on the charge of child abuse second degree, in that Irene Whitehead did knowingly or intentionally commit an act likely to cause serious physical harm to Katina Whitehead by repeatedly impeding the child's ability to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Kelly, does Ms. Whitehead wish to waive circuit court arraignment?
Yes, sir.
There's a form right in front of you at the lectern. If you'd please grab 3 forms for the 3 separate cases.
I certainly will.
Thank you so much. Mr. Early, anything further before the court?
No, thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Kelly?
I don't believe so. We've talked about the discovery issue. We're working that out. I appreciate the court's assistance.
Thank you so much. Thank you to both parties. Thank you.